weird. Oh, no, I guess it looks fine. That camera looked weird for a second. Oh, there we go. How's everybody doing? Feel like shit, so we are going with Hobo Phoenix today. It barely slept a wink, let me tell you. As someone with a bad back, I hate using hotel pillows because they're way too fluffy. I need flatter pillows so my neck doesn't wake up so I don't wake up in neck pain. So I got like no sleep last night. It's just fantastic. And I had to get up, put that in quotes because get up if you never went to sleep. I suppose if you laid down in order to play golf. So that was exhausting. Got like an hour nap later. So we are monstering it up. And hopefully that's going to be good enough. I hope everybody else is having a wonderful weekend. Camera's kind of, or the camera, God, so tired. Microphone's kind of far. Why isn't this? There we go. Oh. Every damn time. Every damn time. Man, Ventus, you should. I mean, I appreciate that you're here, but you really should take your ass to sleep. Go get some shut-eye. I have never played on the PlayStation Vita. That's right, we just talked to you, and now we're gonna go talk to Gumshoe, who was throwing a, understandably, so hissy fit earlier. Oh, the last one, I see. Gotcha. Well, I mean, she should. Like 13. I should move on and speak with Detective Gumshoe now. Oh, why? Well, no fucking shit. Why would that be public. Oh my god. Oh, that's mind-boggling. Why would something like that be out there for everybody to see? If something like that did exist, it would be back in like the clerk's office. This would not happen. And if this did happen, you would find exactly what Edgeworth just did. Nothing. Because they shouldn't do that. Fried oysters? Wow. They expect a lot out of their cafeteria. Can I talk to this dude? Detective Gumshoe. Hey, it's you, pal. You're here. Youch!
As am I.
I don't think you needed to whip him to let him know that. I didn't do it, pal. I swear on my honor as a detective. I really didn't. Your words are useless. I place my trust only in the evidence, detective. So, yeah, but also your statement should be a little more precise because testimony, statements, that stuff is evidence. Just you weigh it accordingly. Once the investigation is fully over and should we find out that you are the killer, there will be no mercy to be had for you. Isn't that literally everyone in this fucking country? Have a heart, pal. But you're not worried, right? After all, you have nothing to worry about if you really are innocent, that is. That's right. Hey, pal, go and do your perfect investigation and get the real killer for me, will you? I would have done so, even had you not requested me to, detective. Man, you've been through 2 Vitas, and I've never even played one. Yo, what's up, Downgraded? How's it going, dude? I always thought the PlayStation made some okay handheld stuff. They just never promoted it well. I thought the PSP was okay. But nobody fucking cared. Router mishap. Hey, tell me about it. Been dealing with the router mishap of my own for what? 2 weeks? Has this been going on for 2 weeks now? It's not gonna be fixed, but my tech-savvy friend is going to come over and try to help me fix the problem. He thinks that it's a memory problem. But even if he can't fix this particular router, he might be able to help me set up the TP-Link router. So I'll get like the same performance without the bullshit. Should be nice. So you and Mr. Faraday had a small meeting last week, did you? What exactly did you do to make him so angry? I just asked Detective Bad the same thing myself, pal. Turns out he was mad at me because on my very first day as a detective, I reported in at my usual post instead of the criminal affairs department. By the time I got down to criminal affairs, I was really, really late. And that's when he gave me that huge speech.
I remember doing the same exact thing in elementary school. On the first day of school every year, I'd always wind up going to my old classroom.
They have the exact same mannerism. That's cute. How pathetic for the detective to be compared to a mere school child. I mean, sometimes muscle memory just takes over, right? Now I didn't get all the way, mind you, but I once had a court hearing at a more nearby courthouse. But for some reason my body thought it was at this other courthouse that was much further away. But like halfway there, I realized it turned around. I left early enough that I didn't end up being tardy, but I was right on time. But yeah, sometimes you just... But the difference is that that thing happened to me because a bunch of stuff was running together because, you know, you have so much going on and it's repetition. This dude literally got a new job and went to the wrong place, his old place. You claim to be standing guard in front of the door to lobby number 2 during the recess. However, when did you receive the order to do so and from whom? Earlier at around 3:20, and from Detective Bad, pal. 3:20 exactly. Could have waited an hour. Blaze it! Today's trial took a really crazy turn. I was told to make sure nothing happened to Mr. Faraday.
And yet something did happen to him, correct?
Well, yeah, no shit, he's dead.
Looks like it was a total waste of manpower to assign you to guard duty.
This literally has nothing to do with the investigation gathering. She's just being an asshole. Ow, your words sting worse than your whip, pal. Well, it was Detective Bad who ordered him to stand guard, huh? Now then, Detective Gumshoe, is there anything else you'd like to tell me? Nope, not a thing, pal. No, there'd probably be only one psych lock.
In that case, allow us to take a look at what you are carrying on your personage.
Ah! Wait! You can't do that!
There's nothing of any particular value here.
Well, my handcuffs and badge were confiscated by Detective Bad, so, you know. And what is that open envelope I see sticking out of your coat pocket? Ah, hands off, pal!
Just show it to us already!
Yow! Annual bonus check within, $5 total. Except there is no check inside. You've had your luck, now give it back, pal. It's my first bonus as a brand new detective. I just got it, cash it today. I had literally no cash on me up until I did, you know. Wow.
Why even have that job? Why would anyone want to be a detective if they're that fucking broke all the time? Because that is not worth the danger and effort that they have to put into it on a day-to-day basis. Well, okay, Ventus. Yes, but also consider that I'm not sure if they need it here because we're working in a different situation here where prosecutors are conducting the investigation. If I was conducting an investigation here, it's not under any like law enforcement, you know, heading. If he didn't want to show it to me, he just wouldn't have to show it to me. I couldn't even get a warrant for it. Prosecutors probably could though. Man, are there even $5 footlongs anymore? SpongeBob also lived under the sea. I'm assuming jobs there are a little fewer and far between. Yeah, and this is before the pay cuts. How is he even paying his rent right now? No power adapters? So you bought 2 routers, turned out that they weren't even the routers you paid for, and there were no power adapters. I'd ship that shit back, get that refund out of spite. Would that change because he's suddenly in police custody? I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know if that would suddenly shift his status. Oh, well, I mean, if they're better, then yeah, just get the power adapter's forehead. Now you gotta wait, which is a big pain in the ass, obviously. That envelope is really special to me. Now give it back. You don't need rubbish like this. Don't worry, we'll throw it away for you later. How could you? Ah, yes, this is obviously evidence. I'm sorry, but I need to take him in for questioning now. Yeah, I am not. I have some experience with employment stuff, but definitely not in a situation where the employee is a detective or a law enforcement officer in custody by law enforcement. Because I would have to think they're still afforded the same rights as private citizens in terms of once they're taken into custody. Because they straight up arrested them, didn't they? I don't know. That I'm just assuming here. I'm making an educated guess. I honestly don't know. Well, I know he lives in Compton, but how is he even paying for that rent? Well, yeah, I mean, we know the practical reasons for why he would do that, right? But as an actual, like, could they actually do that? That's a little different. He just said Compton. I don't think they specifically said California, but I think that's the implication. Because it could be different in Japan and how they deal with their police force salary, their law enforcement salary. Here, you would not be able to do that. Police unions, police and fire commissions and unions, which are normally together. The police and fire normally, in bigger cities at least, have like joint unions. Wouldn't allow that to happen. Yeah, that, and I think those games did kind of lend themselves better to being in the handheld state anyways. Whereas the Vita looked really good, but like, would I want to play those games on the Vita, or would I just want to, you know, fucking try to play something similar on console? That dude's hands have to be like super wrinkly right now in the back. Is it really? That's interesting. So it doesn't really matter where you are in LA. If you're in LA County, your rent's going to be ridiculous. That's kind of like New York, right? Okay. Well, New York's apparently worse than that. That's actually not as bad as I was thinking it might be. Like a studio here is about half that price. Maybe a little less, depending on where you are. So obviously that is very expensive. But I guess I was almost expecting like the cheapest studio apartments. I remember them when I was going on a city tour in San Francisco, even in like the areas where people have gates on every orifice of their dwelling. Your cheapest studio still was going to be about $2,000 a month. Hey Nemo, GG's. I think I've asked him just about everything I needed to. No, wait.
Since he became a suspect, there's one piece of evidence I should reconfirm. Officer, I ask that you wait a second. I still have one thing I'd like to reconfirm with Detective Gumshoe. Understood, but please make it brief, sir. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth. And I do mean horse. I must confirm whether or not that his testimony about when the crime occurred is the truth. Why wouldn't we what was the point of all that? Just keep talking. That 8K, fuck that. Fuck that. We were able to rent a 5-bedroom apartment here for $1,800. When we were in college. That was fun. Me, Tone, our friend Andrew, my wife, and her friend. That was a fun 2 years. I will be right back in a second. Oh man, only ate one meal today, so my stomach's like. So I made myself a bowl of oatmeal. Quaker oats, apple, and cinnamon. I can't get enough of it. Do you want to draw furniture, Pope? Well, yeah, and like, do I want to play Persona handheld? Not really. Oh, because you saw me in the morning, Sarah. I'm a train wreck in the morning. No, my dog's still with my wife's parents. Not coming back till tomorrow. Which Persona guy do I like? I mean, all the main guys are fine. I don't particularly like them. I don't think they're amazing characters, but they're fine. Yusuke, Ryuji, Joker, they're okay. They serve their roles well. But they're not like a Junpei or Akihiko. So it'd probably be one of the social links. In before that Mr. Kamoshida do is pretty rad, lol.
They're also all better than Yosuke, or Yusuke, and Teddy. Not better than Kanji, though. Kanji was a pretty excellent character. Not everywhere is super high like that, though. It's just a lot of the known Cali places. I have never eaten porridge, as far as I know. Raisins and bananas. I just started adding bananas. It's delicious. It sounds amazing. Well, if you're a computer science major, won't some of those companies like help you facilitate the move? Yeah, I've heard the prices some places are people putting gas. Don't put gasoline in a plastic bag and put it in your trunk. Don't do it. I don't want to hear that any one of you people that are watching this stream right now, you're all obviously, this includes everybody watching the VODs later. You are all individuals of impeccable taste, obviously. And as people with impeccable taste, I assume you also have at least fairly good reasoning abilities. I mean, you like games like this that test your mind, right? Only the smallest of brains want to take a plastic bag and put a corrosive chemical in it and then put into their trunk of their car. How can people be so fucking stupid? Now, thankfully, I live in the Midwest, so we don't share that pipeline that got hacked or whatever. Which, I mean, that's fucked up. I see people blaming the government, like, yeah, yeah. I remember when it was their fault that hackers tried to extort this pipeline. Whew. Yep, they certainly do. Need to own some responsibility. That's a good question, because you can get those containers. Maybe they were sold out too. I mean, but you're watching the stream. You must have impeccable taste. You either have impeccable taste or just have nothing else to do. Well, yeah, they still use, I mean, almost every business uses computers to like store their files and stuff. Confidential information. Yeah, like Tom said. A lot of, like, say you hacked into a hospital. A hospital system. A system like Epic. Suddenly, they might not have access to the patient records anymore, which effectively could halt any type of medical procedures. Because you might not know of any allergies, any prior history that needs to be known, or anything like that. Because that sort of stuff is, like, important. And it's just stuff that's held on a computer. Gastic. Sorry, Scarlett, it is It is a phoenix. It's Hobo Phoenix, not Eminem. But thank you. Consider that a compliment. What do you think? I saw him recently. I hadn't seen him in a long time. I saw him. He had a beard. I was like, you know, beard looks pretty good on him. We need to ask him about his testimony. You told me earlier that you heard no sound other than the gunshot out in the hallway. Is that correct? No mistake about it, pal. Then you are also claiming that no one passed through the hallway either? Is that also correct? Yup. Not even a single ant passed through that hall while I was on duty. Well, I already know you're lying because it's been known for ages that this court has a centipede problem. There has to be a dozen in this room right now. You do realize that the lie you're telling is only making life more difficult for yourself? Huh? Oh. But it's true. I didn't see anyone go through the hallway, and I didn't hear anything else, pal. I bet the killer found a way to kill the two guys beyond that, I bet the killer found a way to kill the two guys that's beyond what I can even imagine. He intends to continue telling this ridiculous lie. But why would he do so given the situation he's in? I believe a thorough investigation of the hallway in front of the defendant's lobby is in order. Fuck you! Whoa! Did she do this? Probably, right? How could you have not noticed that coming? Wasn't that the child I changed money for earlier? Kids can sometimes be so cruel. I thought Faraday was her dad. So is this another Trucy situation where she's just like, tra-la-la, my dad just died, ha 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 ha, or is gone or whatever. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. You're my new daddy. Yes. The strongest thing for a child to have done. Oh, like, yeah, that could have been it too. I actually thought she was kicking under the butt and up to the balls. Personally, that's how I interpreted it, but I don't think there's a wrong answer there. Either way, it would hurt. Oh, I'm liking my white whiskers coming in very slowly. This it's gonna be a while before this gets noticeably gray, but still way better for me to have the beard and not have the beard, I think. Enter the Phoenix. I thought that whole thing was esoteric and stupid. The flashbacks themselves were fine. Like, that all made sense. The system that it used, though, was really dumb. It was just nonsensical. Even within that universe. We have seen and killed 5 or 6 centipedes here over the past 3 to 4 weeks. That appears to be enough for my wife to demand that we call an exterminator. I honestly have... The only time I've ever had to deal with an exterminator is when we lived in, like, various apartments where, like, the landlord have to do it anyways. Unless they want shit reviews on Yelp. And it was always effective, but I have no idea how much that costs. or whether it was even justified to have done it with, you know, that amount of bugs. I don't think I've ever actually seen a millipede, at least not that I can remember. Taint damage, there you go. That's direct a hit to prostate without insertion methods. Oof. Do not invoke dark magic. You kicked your brother in the balls, he would not have been able to say a damn word other than and then maybe vomit. You've never seen either? Man, what a life. Although, you've probably seen things that I've never seen either. Including some big-ass spiders. Or, what was Tal talking about? That snake? That he was like, oh shit, BRB. Looks like my dog and cat are staring down a snake outside. Gotta go get them. And I'm like, what? Yeah, we don't have anything like that here. We have frogs. The mirror room? Like the inclusion of the mirror room? I kind of had a problem with it just because that didn't really, it seemed very flimsy. Based on the picture we were shown in the audience. And then how, I don't know. Something seemed really off about the mirror room being functionally useful like that. Yeah, I mean, that's what they say. That, well, if you hate spiders, centipedes are great. Problem is I hate both, so... I will say I have not seen one goddamn spider here in that past month's time. Somebody's going to town. Thought they were twigs. Oh no. Yeah, a lot of times kids just suck. Right, and that's what I told her. I'm like, I don't know. Is it something where we really shouldn't be calling unless we see like a dozen of them or something, or like a big, not necessarily a big nest, but like groupings kind of. But apparently this is good enough for her. Hit me in a very unfortunate region. I mean, my very childish friends going all the way. I mean, this is to single out anybody because a lot of them did this. There were 2 games that were played very frequently because kids are, especially boys, are fucking idiots. And they think this type of shit's cool because they're morons. And I am similarly a moron for doing it just to fit in, because that's the only reason I did it. I mean, how dumb is that? 2 games that they played. Now, to be fair, they did it on each other, not like we generally wouldn't do it to people that weren't in on it, like a friend group thing. It's still stupid though. Open chest. And then I don't even remember what the dick punching game was called. but it just would happen. It wasn't even like the donut thing. You know, where if you looked and you saw the donut, they punched you. Open chest was, oh my god, you don't have your chest covered. You can get punched in the chest. Why? Who fucking knows? People are violent and have a lot of aggression at home that they need to take out on others. Oof-ah, oof-ah. Yeah, right. That's a good point. If we have too many centipedes, we might have too many other bugs. Because if we don't have a bunch of other bugs, what would be the point of having this? Why would the centipedes be here? New fieldy? What do you mean, Scarlet? Make a video review? I haven't done a video review for any of the games, really. Of course, now that I think about it, I've never done a video review for anything. Mostly because I'm worried that it takes too much time. Oh, bitten by a spider? Yikes. I've gotten bitten by a spider. I think it was a spider here while I was sleeping, because it was like swollen all of a sudden the next day. It was like a little puncture or whatever. That's it, guys. Scarlet's killed stream for everybody. You guys have a good one. I'll see you sometime next week.
What the fuck is that? I'm trying to look out for you guys. No. Wait, first of all, you put at least 2 pepperonis on your pizza.
Yeah, wasps are pretty fucking... Wasps are off. Wasps are dangerous, man. Kids can sometimes be so cruel. He knows her. Of course he knows that's the truth. It looks like she dropped something. And as you know, finders keepers here. Maybe we should arrest the girl. Based on what? That she exists and was in the courthouse? She might turn out to be a valuable lead. Only some sort of punishment maybe needed to be dealt the next time we meet. I believe I have asked all I need to out of this man. Now for Detective Ban and the judge. No! We have to confirm who is correct, the judge or the scruff face, right? I suppose we should inspect the hallway in front of lobby number 2 next then. I suppose so. Shall we head on over, Francisca? So, did you see anything else? No, I don't think so. I see. Well, thanks for your cooperation. Oh, it's nothing. Just doing my duty as a defender of the law. That'll be all for now. I'll ask again if I have any other questions. Anytime, detective. Now, if you excuse me, I have a few loose ends I have to tie up. And by loose ends, I mean my logic in a few of my cases that remain blown wide the fuck open. Oh, you're that new prosecutor Mr. Von Karma recommended, right? My name is Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. And I'm Manfred Von Karma's daughter, Franziska Von Karma. I'm set to become the successor to my genius. I'm sorry, I wasn't talking to you at all. I don't need to hear your life story. I'll let you know if I care. I see, Mr. New Prosecutor recommended by Von Karma. I bit my tongue. Are you alright, Your Honor? How do you do that just from talking? What? That sure is a glass house, all right. She was like, huh, what an immature buffoon. How? It does come from experience, Scarlet. Not me. Am I gonna play RE8? Not anytime soon. I haven't even played RE7 yet. Who lives in an area where all those 16 billion cicadas or whatever, however number they are going to be coming up for the first time in like their 20-year their 20-year cycle? Now, they're not even like bad. The fact that it's happening is like good. It shows that the environment to some degree is healthy. I still don't like the way they look though. I'm glad I don't have to walk outside in the backyard and just see hundreds of them. Even though I know they wouldn't hurt me, that would terrify me. Also, if you work a third shift job and you live in that area, one of those areas, you are fucked because those things make a ton of goddamn noise. For those that don't know what cicadas are, if you've ever watched an anime before and you've seen one of those like tree shots or like shots of an outside and you hear like a weird buzzing like alarm almost. I guess I don't really know how to describe it all that well. Those are cicadas. They are not super considerate. I've bitten my tongue before, but never just from talking. I was always doing something else, and I got then distracted, which then forced me to do something stupid with my mouth. You can skip RE7. I heard RE7 was good. I did not, but that is amazing. If I was a judge, I'd just be like, well, I mean, I give you some credit for just coming out and saying it, but my real question is, why 3,000? Is that an Avengers reference? Like, I love you 3,000 and that's just how much you like butt fucking, or? You seen their molted shells? The areas I think are mostly southeastern United States. Tennessee, Kentucky, the Carolinas, Georgia, Alabama, maybe. So if you're on the West Coast or in the Midwest or Northeast region, you're probably fine. Angry crickets. That's a good way of describing it. I mean, yeah, biting your tongue while you're eating makes sense in that, like, you can see why that would happen. Ever considered streaming the Resident Evil games? What, like any Resident Evil games? Like when I streamed the Resident Evil 2 remake? Well, it doesn't matter how it appeared. The fact of the matter is it did. Have I ever had tongue? The food tongue? I never considered streaming 7 because my intent initially was to play the VR version. I just never got around to it. Now I'm not sure how I'm gonna go about that. I'll probably still play the 3 remake at some point on stream just because I know that's not going to be a very long play, having played the first one, and this one apparently being even shorter somehow. Please feel free to refer to me just as just Miss Von Karma, Your Honor. As for him, just Edgeworth is fine. Apparently somebody doesn't feel that I'm worthy of a proper title. Oh ho! Very well then, I shall call you Miss Von Karma and Mr. Prosecutor Edgeworth. Your Honor, Mr. Edgeworth is fine, sir. Now, about your earlier testimony. Yes, what about it, Mr. Edgeworth? I would like to ask you a few questions about what exactly you saw. Alright, after all, it's my duty to clarify my testimony as I greatly appreciate your cooperation, Your Honor. Now, the first thing I will need to do is figure out that detective's exact movements. You find something, officer? I think there's a $5 bill back there. Come on, just a little more. Is there no one working this crime scene who isn't a total waste of living tissue? Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a single person we can deem useful here. That includes Sir Robe over there. I see it. I did not see it before, but I see it now. What is the best way to react to this? I don't even know. It's so preposterous. I can't even believe it was included. That seems like one of those things where it'd be too strange to be true, or too strange to be fiction. Like it would have to be true in order for it to ever have been conceived. I use my shoe to kill centipedes personally, but it depends on where it is. Because it can be a problem if it's like in a corner under a desk or something like that. If it's on the floor against the wall, on something hard, I take a shoe to it. If it's on something soft, you're probably gonna have to suck it up and get like a ton of paper towel and just try to pretend like you're not touching a bug. Hey, Maxim. Is your carpet plush? If it's not, you can probably still kill it on the carpet. You might just have to bonk it a few times pretty hard. Tone had one of the greatest bug kills I have ever seen in my life when we lived together. There was a centipede in our room, which was by the kitchen. So we always had, like, we're talking to people constantly because, you know, traffic's always in the kitchen. My wife notices it, kind of jumps up. She's like, ah! She hates bugs. And I'm like, and I don't have anything to kill at the time. So I'm like, oh shit. So I like dodge so that it doesn't like climb up my foot or something. He's like, he takes off his shoe. He's like, oh wait, where is it? And she points. It's like on the carpet, which is kind of like softer carpet. Dude fucking dead eyes this thing. However he hit it with his shoe, it didn't kill it, but it disconnected like most of its legs, and it couldn't move anymore. I don't even know what type of force he used for that to be possible on that softer carpet. It was sick. Dude is a sniper with the shoe. Dude's what's his fuck from Austin Power? The guy who's parroting Odd Job. Random Task. Great movies. Great movies, especially the first one. Dude's name was Random Task instead of Odd Job. Who throws a shoe? Honestly. Man, it don't matter. My dog doesn't get the fucking centipedes anyway. It's annoying. She just sits there like... And we're like, kill it! Go eat that protein. What attracts them? Other bugs. Just pick it up. I didn't realize Talvez was here. Pick it up and keep it in your corner. Call it Joe. But yes, let's go back to this real quick. I am not so charitable to bugs. I have a problem with not knowing where the bug is, so that's why I don't want it alive. If it's out of, if I never see it, and it's just want to like live in the wall or something, it keeps out of my sight. I don't care. Yeah, do whatever you want. Don't show your face in front of me. As far as I see it, they're trespassing. But no, let's reel it back for a second. We need to address this. This needs to be addressed. Really, just. What the fuck is that? Why is there a poster with the judge being like depicted as Zeus with lightning strikes and the heavenly sun? This is almost the most ridiculous thing I can think of that you'd put up in a courtroom. Why? Who thought that was a good idea? Who was like, you know what you would see in a courtroom? That. What is the most ridiculous thing? you'd see in a courthouse? The people in Vegas that stand on the sidewalk and like have those cards that they hit and then try to give you, and they're like, and they're all like scantily clad women, and it gives you a number to call for like hookers. If you had those people in a courtroom, or if you had like those cards like stapled on bulletin boards, that would be the most ridiculous thing. In theaters, July 2020X. For real, right? A friend of mine on one of our visits collected every single card that he could, and then by the end of the trip, his entire hotel room floor was covered with them. And I am not exaggerating. The friend he was rooming with was so upset. And I'm like, what did you expect him to do with hundreds of these cards? Can I examine the poster? Oh, okay. Yep, that's gonna happen. That is going to happen. All right, good night, Riley. Just don't think about it. You'll get to sleep. Have you found any suspicious fingerprints, officer? Nope. Just the fingerprints of those involved with the case, sir. I guess we know all of the players in the case then, huh? It would appear that way, but I have the nagging feeling that we're missing something. And I suspect that what we're missing is hiding right here in this crime scene somewhere. Maybe it's by this poster. He's making a most ridiculous looking face. On a most ridiculous looking poster. In a most ridiculous being place. That may... Oh, that was Francisca that said that. That may be, but at least he doesn't look like someone who would tell a lie on purpose. I suppose, but to Avant Karma, evidence is the only thing that carries any weight. Which words can be. Of course, at any rate, this poster seems to be of no use to us right now. Is it going to be later? Because if that has a... Oh, God. I'll be right back. I actually need to do something else too. For whatever reason, recently, every time I start streaming later in the evenings, it doesn't happen like this at all earlier when I'm talking. I get like this ear popping, and I think what happens is that my sinuses build up throughout the course of the day, and then they need to be drained. So I'm gonna go take a Sudafed quick. Bag. And then I'm gonna think about, and I want y'all to think about this too. What is going to be my reaction if that poster is material to this case? And then we're gonna dive fucking in. No, I've not watched the musical. Just make yourself forget it even existed. Knock yourself out. Suffer amnesia and get the sleep that you're looking for. Don't do that. Don't actually do that. Pseudoephedrine hydrochloride. That is what Sudafed is. It's a primary ingredient in meth, which is why you are limited to the amount of Sudafed you can purchase. It makes my heart go thump thump in an uncomfortable way, but it does the job when it comes to cleaning out my sinuses. So we take the good with the bad. Mikan points her fingers together like this, I think. But yeah, Ibuki's the pointing! Which game? I played which game? Yeah, it's interesting because if I'm Edgeworth, I would never say right now here. Even if I'm in the middle of an investigation, I would never use the words right now because I would never assume that that is going to be involved in the case. Fire. There are no signs that this fire extinguisher was used in the crime. Then why are you wagging your finger at the fucking door? You could already tell from a distance, then why are you wasting your time examining it? Francisco, let's not try to rush absolute genius. It would appear that this vending machine sells snacks and various other foods. Just lovely. What will they think of next? I'm not sure I'd ever buy a ham sandwich from a vending machine. Might cop some of that beef jerky at some point if I was really desperate, but $9 is like double what you'd pay for a bag at a grocery store. Oh God, don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. One packet for $9. Defendant's fresh milk, 1/2 pint for $7. Stay neutral as the Swiss do till the end with these for $6. They're awfully overpriced. The lineup is simply awful, period. For that Swiss roll that we have evidence for. Speaking of snacks, wonder if that Swiss roll the little girl dropped is from this machine. I was wondering about that myself. The end of what? Well, I assume it means the end of the trial. Well, this means that one should eat these during a recess? You can't eat during a trial, so I suppose the only time you can eat is now. Eat them is now, huh? Wouldn't mind if you wanted to eat them one now. They come in packs of 2 after all. Why are we talking about orange juice? Oh, yeah. What'd you guys think of this short? Interesting enough? Complete waste of 30 seconds of your life? Complete waste of 30 seconds of your life, but you want more anyways? That's a thing that can happen. Yeah, I don't know why it sells milk. Well, I will never be buying one from a convenience store that much. I would think they'd have to turn it over pretty often. We're in the middle of an investigation. Besides, I don't have $6 on me. If you want, we can pool our money and buy a pack together. If I have to split it with you, then I don't want it. So, hats off to this game. This is actually the worst thing I've ever seen in a vending machine. I've seen orange juice in a vending machine before. Those are all, it's always awful. But I have never seen orange juice in a vending machine for $9 before. Overpriced doesn't even come close to begin to properly explain what a travesty this is. This, I'm just gonna say it. The creative, executive, producer, whatever of this vending machine for this company, whoever's putting this lineup together for this company and deciding the prices, marketing or whatever, they're psychopaths, because only a psychopath would put in orange juice for $9 in one of these vending machines. That is fact. It cannot be disputed. It's just, the act itself is so self-defeating that to attempt any counter argument would be a waste of your breath and energy. They better come with the whole glass, yeah, right? When it's looking bad, blind your opposition with some OJ. Are they promoting violence? I mean, when we talk about orange juice, I feel violent, so, I mean... Don't worry, my whip will make sure that anyone following this advice won't be for long. Compared to the sting of a whip, the sting of orange juice may not be so bad. Disagree. Give me the whip any day. Oh, I did not expect it to go there. I don't want to hear about milking defendants. Japanifornia dollars. I don't know. I mean, within the context of like what we would consider extremely expensive, it seems to line up with what Francisca's saying. When you're in hot water, you might need a hot dog. Proper response.
Looked like the slogan was decided through a public contest. And the winner was Prosecutor Winston Payne?
What a pathetic slogan. No presence at all. Now, if it was up to me, it would read, if you leave matters in Avant Karma's hands, everyone in court will be found guilty dogs. That has nothing to do with the hot dog, though.
Objection!
Nice. Oh, overruled! Nice.
Don't let the prosecutor and the defense make a ham sandwich out of you.
It sounds like it's directed at that ham of a judge.
Francisca just bumped herself up. Whenever, somebody remind me, when we do the next character tier list, wherever I'm going to put Francisca, remind me that I need to put her above whomever would be in front of her, just for that one line. That was weird. My fucking chat thing went all the way up to the top. Hey Stone family, hope you're doing well.
Yeah, it's definitely not in yen. Otherwise, that briefcase would have been like $12.
And we know that's not a thing because they were complaining about how ridiculously expensive it was. Although at the same time, how she was able to buy one of those every flight is beyond me with her salary. But fucking Detective Gumshoe is super proud of his $5 bonus because of how poor he is.
Well, clearly isn't directed. Well, clearly isn't directed at me. I can outmaneuver him any day.
Don't be a jerk in court like these beef jerks. I see.
Objection!
Miles Edgeworth, wouldn't you agree that it's a very clever pun?
Do you really think they put that much effort into the product name?
Even a foolish fool could understand the foolish thinking of the fool. Wait. Even a foolish fool could understand the foolish thinking of the fool who made it up. You're acting so foolishly that I got so thoroughly mad and am now utterly famished.
If you wanted a pack of these, all you had to do was act like a normal person. That's good too. If you wanted one, why didn't you just act like a normal person? Oh, okay, I think we checked all the stuff on the side, right? Yep. What do we have for logic? Okay, the window and the vending machine. Nothing in the garbage can. We did do hot dogs. That is what she sounds like. Yeah, considering Edgeworth isn't a normal person. More normal than most, but still not.
I mean, I have to imagine those vending machines are refrigerated. So if they're not, those ham sandwiches wouldn't last beyond like what, a day? Even then, that might be pushing it. The counter's actually higher than 16. The last stream I think had like 3 that aren't taken into account.
Maybe more than that, though.
I think. What is this? Why does this cactus look like it's melted? Ugh! What's the matter? I pricked myself on one of this cactus's needles. I didn't think the needles on this thing would be so sharp.
Well, what did you expect? It's a fucking cactus, you moron. Can you imagine how bad it would be if you were hit on the head by one of these? Anyway, this cactus seems to be unrelated to our case.
You really think so? Because I believe that this cactus sitting on this windowsill is completely related. Otherwise, why would it have pricked me? I did nothing wrong to it.
Oh? Well then, I look forward to your explanation on how exactly it is related.
What is this? It's a pink-colored piece of trash made of rubber. A balloon? I feel like I've seen something like this before.
Well, as I see, all I see is a piece of garbage. But you know, the fact that there is a litter running loose inside this courthouse is simply unforgivable.
Ah! It's not like I was the one who littered.
Rubbish belongs in a rubbish bin.
Fucking seriously. The ants are hard at work carrying their food home. Is that what those are? It's a marvel that they can pick up such comparatively large objects to their size.
Well, if you want to carry the mighty Von Karma name and not be squashed under it, here we go. You better work extra hard, just like these ants.
Same goes for you, Francisca. Boom. I can look outside. However, I doubt the killer could have escaped through here.
Of course not. This is the 3rd floor, after all.
It appears that bars were installed on this to prevent people from falling out.
Bars? What bars?
Can you not see them from your vantage point? What? I must remember not to bring up that taboo subject again. I want to look at the other window that's open and is a bathroom. And is almost certainly where the firing came from. Yo, what's up, Flavy?
Yep, no problem with violence. Yeah, ants are chill. I don't mind ants. The polys? I honestly do not know what those are. Or if I even pronounced it correctly, probably not. I don't want anything prickly in or around my house. No cactus. No cacti. Jack and Daxter. I can't imagine that particular port being really. It's a lot of precision. I don't know. That gameplay just doesn't seem super conducive to the Vita. What are these black speckles?
Didn't you hear what I just said earlier? Ants. They're ants. Whoosh.
Oh, that detective, he claims that not a single ant slipped by him. And yet here's a whole hill of them. Jesus fucking Christ, what are you hitting me for? As a replacement for that pathetic detective.
Perhaps I should add this deduction to the detective's growing tab of pay cuts. Anyway, I wonder what the ants are eating.
A little look and sweet smell of it. Pieces of cake and chocolate from a Swiss roll.
Miles, Edgeworth, the courthouse is to be kept pristine at all times.
Okay, not my fault. Ah! It wasn't me that dropped the food on the ground.
The courthouse must be kept clean.
Oh! Ooh, oh! Ooh, oh! Ooh, oh! Ooh, oh! Francisco wins. Ants are pouring out of the hole of this bench as well. I wonder if the inside of this bench consists of nothing but ants?
Don't you dare continue with that gross line of thought.
Look, I'm sorry. Oh, when the ants, they go marching in. Oh, when the ants go marching. The dirt on this bench, it smells like some sort of sweet substance.
I can't believe there's someone going around dirtying the courthouse. For shame.
Calm down, Francisco. Now, take a good look. Doesn't the smudge look kind of like a handprint to you?
I suppose it could be.
Which means that perhaps we can lift the prints of the person who's sullied this bench.
I see. And then we'll know for sure the identity of our mystery slob.
You there, the lab technician. Can you please find out who this handprint belongs to? Sir, yes, sir. Got the result. Wow. Wow, that was fast. Do you know how much more efficient criminal trials could be if we actually got evidence back this quickly? Whew. Oh yeah, the results from your paternity tests will be ready right now. Oh yeah, none of that 6 to 8 week bullshit. What if that was your superpower? You were someone that lived in a world of superheroes, and your superpower was that you could identify a handprint to anybody in seconds. Still probably be pretty rich, right? Just in a much more mundane way. No, not to... It wouldn't reduce the amount of days the trials would take. It would just reduce the amount of time overall that the trial... So, like, instead of it having to be dragged out for, between several court hearings over the course of 4 months, instead, you might be able to wrap it all up in a couple weeks. But again, it's still not going to be 3 days. It's not. I don't think it's actually going to affect the amount of actual days in court. One thing that a lot of people don't know is that when it comes to trials, the days don't have to be consecutive. It's best for the days to be consecutive, but they're not always consecutive. This never happened to me personally. Well, okay, it did once, but not to this extreme. I think it was it my partner or somebody that he knew? Dealing with a divorce case. They did, like, day 1 of the trial. And then day 2, it went longer than expected, which actually didn't go longer than expected for the attorneys. They knew it was going to go longer than that. Judge didn't believe it. Judge pushed day 2 out for like 2 or 3 months or something like that. So
You had to take everything from that trial. Hopefully you're a good note taker, and hopefully you have a good memory, and hopefully the judge does too. Because you have to take everything that you did that day and remember it and reinforce it 3 months from then. As though it happened the day before. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's part of the wait isn't because people are just lazy or incompetent at their job. It actually does take a while to properly analyze. What was it, The Simpsons, where he's like, oh, it'll take about 5 to 6 weeks. He starts whistling, and I think it's Chief Wiggum's like, and gives him like a whole carton of cigarettes. He's like, did I say weeks? Because I meant seconds. Like, that's not what actually happens. I've got the results of the fingerprint analysis, sir. And do we know who they belong to? Sir, the fingerprints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Oh, interesting. Good work, officer. And there you have it.
Yes, I suppose so.
Now we know the identity of the person who dirtied the bench.
I sense that you and I will be using this information in very different ways. Alright, let's see. Okay. Let's go. I've been procrastinating with the judge. Let's go talk to him. Get this over with. Somebody said in the comments that I should have drawn the judge's face with Hero's hair on the orange ball. I can't even imagine what kind of destructive power that could bring out of me. Smug sister. Why did I say it with the smug siska? There you go. Yeah, they usually have janitors at courthouses. They're not, like, waiting around the corner for somebody to drop a piece of food, though. Especially depending on how big the area is. Like, the two courthouses I've been to the most often, one of them is 3 floors. One of them is 7 floors. Plus other adjacent buildings. Oh no, Ventus. Put your shoes on. Well, I mean, if you get punched by Saitama anywhere, I feel like you die. It would, wherever you got hit, it would cause some amount of internal bleeding in a very vital area, and you would die. I think it was JMT who mentioned that his I can't remember if he said it was his grandfather or his dad died because of a recluse spider. Like, those things are no fucking joke. Well, I get it. You want it to die, and I understand and sympathize and agree with your general line of thought, just not with your bare foot. When my wife, when I wouldn't be around, my wife gets the largest thing she possibly can find that won't break. Obviously, it just tries to drop it on a bug. One of the centipedes that she killed at our old apartment, she apparently dropped like a history textbook on top of it.
she was so disgusted, because apparently it was a bigger one too. She was so disgusted by it, and her friend was as well, that they left the book in the bathroom on the floor for like a week. They just went around it. Just left it there and just went around it. I'm like, if finally I'm like, okay, this is fucking ridiculous. And I moved it. Good. Rip Spider, wrong place at the wrong time, but you gots to get out. Especially brown recluse. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Anything like that type of hit could cause a heart attack. Shock. Your Honor, I'd like to ask you a few questions if you don't mind. Where were you at the time of the murder? Do you suspect me of something? No, nothing of the sort, Your Honor. Very well. You may continue with your testimony. Looks like I can put this gavel away, because I was gonna give your head such a busting. I was gonna give your noggin quite the flogging, I'd say. Your Honor, it's your testimony I'm after. Oh, I had no idea you were chasing after me or my testimony. Beginning to sense that I might want to avoid being in a trial run by this judge. Let's see here. Now then, how should I put this? When you get to be my age, you need to pay more frequent visits to the restroom. Oh, God. If you go take a look through the window at the end of this hall, you'll see a small window. That is the window to the men's restroom. In other words, you can clearly see into this hallway from the men's restroom. Why is it all the way on, like, it's like in another building entirely? When I was going into the restroom, that detective Gumshoe, is it? Well, he was standing in front of the vending machines buying something from it. However, and this I couldn't believe, when I was about to exit the restroom, there was not a soul in the hallway anymore. Your Honor, if you could please calm down and explain it to me rationally. Oh, I'm really sorry. Let me regain my composure. It was really suspicious. That's what my finely honed judge's intuition said. Although, well, until the murders occurred, I just sort of brushed it off. Ho, ho, ho. Thought I just saw a ghost. You know, everybody sees ghosts every so often. Well, I was a part of a case with this spirit medium that kind of... Okay. Apparently this judge doesn't understand the concept of staying calm. The restroom window, huh? I wonder if you can really see the men's bathroom window from that one here? There? That one there? You can. I'm looking at it right now. I demand that you show me this view at once. I suspect that her height is what's limiting her ability to see. Probably all I'm going to find out from His Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, may I return to my other duties now? Yes, I'm sorry to have held you up. Thank you for your cooperation, Your Honor. Ho, 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 anytime, Mr. Edgeworth, anytime. The judges in this country seem rather friendly and stupid. Yes, if not a little wishy-washy. Full-blown fucking car wash. However, I hear that they are known to hand down very fair verdicts. Again, that it doesn't make sense. What a verdict is in terms of fair or unfair simply depends on your perspective, on whether you believe the person is guilty or not. Saying, oh, that verdict was fair because I think that person was guilty. Well, what if it turns out that he wasn't really guilty, you just never find out? Was it still fair? No.
He did make me laugh, and in a genuinely humorous way. That doesn't happen very often. Not in like an angry way. Detective Ben, I have something I wish to inquire about.
Hey, how about doing some actual work, you?
He just ignores her. I wish to inquire into Detective Gumshoe's movements during the recess.
You're getting in the way of the investigation.
I have an order from Mr. Von Karma himself. Plus, I still hold investigative authority. Well, I hear you were the one who called for Detective Gumshoe to come down here.
Faraday, that guy was just accused, you know. I just knew something was gonna happen. My detective's instincts told me.
A lot of good it did you. You couldn't even protect one lone prosecutor with it.
She adds stuff it's just to be insulting. It's not like evidentiary or anything useful like that. Just,
Ha, you suck, bro.
Francisca, I think you need to apologize.
I'm sorry.
I'm terribly sorry, Detective Bad. She's kind of a bitch right now. Please continue.
I used the phone on the first floor and called the precinct. I told them to send somebody over. And that detective's the one that showed up.
Unfortunate. And only upon his arrival did you set Detective Gumshoe to stand guard, Detective Bad?
Yeah, I waited for him on the first floor. After he got here, we came up to these defendant lobbies together. As we entered this hallway, we ran into you, who started laughing at us like a fucking hyena. You told us that Faraday was really mad, and that he dragged Rail off into lobby number 2 to have a word or something. And that Faraday had said to not let anyone interrupt them. So what choice did I have? All I could do was tell the big lug to stand guard outside.
You're a fucking detective. You could have done more than that. And around what time did all that take place?
Let's see, I think it was about 30 minutes before I heard the gunshot. After giving the big lug his assignment, he never left the hallway, not once.
Oh, and how can you make such a claim?
One of the guards out on this floor's main lobby swore to me he didn't.
If the detective never left the hallway, then where did he disappear off to?
Poof, that's simple. He must have gone into lobby number 2, just as I suspected.
You and I, we were in lobby number 1 next door. The only one without an alibi is Gumshoe.
Indeed, about 10 minutes?
Just get good.
Yeah, right. I can see him bobbing his head while flipping a coin over and over in the air. Just like that. I'm not gonna lie, I've been loving Honey Nut Cheerios, but like recently, I just really want to get a box of just like terrible for you cereal, just full of just an entire bag of sugar, just with like some crunch to it. Actually, sugar would have more crunch to it. So I guess what do I want? Something that's a little more thick, substantive, substantial. I mean, we're not expecting the stream drop for another 10 minutes, right? The lollipop stick? Oh, I thought it was a cigarette. Well, that kind of ruins him. No, it's fine. But it would make sense that he can't just carry a cigarette around with him everywhere. It would seem that I'm still missing some key pieces of information. Detective Van, you also heard the gunshot, did you not?
Yeah, I heard it when I was in defendant lobby number 1. That's why I came running towards lobby number 2 together with you.
How much time elapsed between you hearing the gunshot and your arrival on the scene?
Less than a minute.
What were your movements upon hearing the gunshots?
I grabbed the big lug who was just walking around in the hall. And raced into lobby number 2. And that's when we discovered the bodies. In that order.
That makes you the discoverer of the crime scene, right?
Yup. A body has just been discovered. I'm sorry, did you need that notification for you to understand that? Yes, I guess it does, little miss.
I'm about to become a prosecutor very soon.
Don't see how that changes you being a little miss.
You will treat me with the dignity I deserve, or else.
You wave that thing around anymore. I'll have you arrested for obstruction, little miss.
Oh my god, somebody finally did it.
I am a fan of Francisca, but somebody needed to be like,
Congratulations.
good call. Well played, because I was going to do that too. Somebody needed to tell her to calm the fuck down at some point. We couldn't just keep going through these games and stories with no one saying, hey, you know, it's actually a crime for you to continue to do that. You wouldn't dare.
Just joking.
But no! Completely ruins it. Just his next line. No mercy. Play like a champion, bad. Yeah.
Although that seemed to have scared her just enough. Detective Bad is really something if he can make Francisca behave.
Are we about done?
Is there anything else I should ask her about? I'd like to know a little more about the circumstances which you heard the gunshot.
Like I said, I was in lobby number 1 with you. I have nothing else to add.
Well, testimony certainly corroborates with what Miss Yu said.
Miles, you already asked him about that, remember?
Anything else I should...
Thought he heard the gunshot. We know where he heard the gunshot.
I'd like for you to tell me the exact time you heard the gunshot.
It was around the end of the recess, and the trial was about to start again. I think. He was supposed to make time for himself to transfer the evidence he was holding. But I got the sense he wasn't going to show for the handoff. So I figured I should go get him, or he'd be late. And just as I thought that, bang! Sound of a gunshot hit my eardrums.
So we heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to restart, huh?
Are we done here? I don't have any time to waste.
Oh, come on. All you're doing is standing in front of this door doing nothing.
You mean doing nothing but looking goddamn sexy?
I get the sense that he is somewhat investigating this crime scene, or rather that he is keeping us under surveillance. To what end? Detective Bad, may I ask that you cooperate with us for just a bit longer?
I don't have anything else to say to the two of you. You guys were the ones who said you wanted to investigate in the first place.
Fine then, be obstinate. We'll just do as we please. Come on, Miles.
You may no longer be willing to help us, however, may I ask for the forensic scientist's cooperation?
Do as you luck.
Hey, Turk. You guys doing with some hint shit? I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but guys, remember, if you want to talk spoilers, oh my god. If you want to talk spoilers, i.e. things that I shouldn't be hearing because I don't want to know spoilers, go to the Discord, and there's a spot for talking while stream is going about spoilers in the class trial area. Who got put in timeout? Ventus, they put you in timeout? I'm not sure what Tom said, but guys, Ventus does not know anything about these games. If she says something, it's always merely speculation. I have no problem with people that don't know anything about the game speculating. They're just speaking their thoughts out loud because they still have no idea. Their guess is just as good as mine. Did you find something, officer? Oh, yeah. Don't let me go in there. Okay, I'm missing something. What am I missing? Ah. Oh, we definitely did that already, Nick. We went over the much maligned courthouse specials. Break's done. I hope you all got it over with in 20 seconds. Oh, Ventus, this was a mistake. Oh, I see. It's annoying that that YouTube makes it easy to like do that. Brecca. I mean, I don't have to be. I mean, I heard he did in that like 15 seconds. What I use for the pee break. It may not seem like the right venue, however, it is being sold right over there. Yeah, Nick, I don't even think we need to talk about the $7 hot dog. The main focus needs to be the $9 orange juice. I wonder if it's just lag problems on your end that's causing that to happen. If no one else is experiencing it. The vending machine? I see. Stay neutral as the Swiss do until the end with these. 2 for $6. Talk about expensive. Even the fact that it's on the expensive side aside. The fact that the cake crumbs and chocolate bits were found in this hallway suggests that they came from a Swiss roll that was purchased from this machine. I think I have a pretty clear picture of what happened here now. Naturally. After all, I'm here, aren't I? Detective Gumshoe must have sat on this bench as he ate a Swiss roll. And as he ate, he dropped it on the floor and sullied the bench. How could he have not cleaned up after himself? Oh, thanks for that, Trep. Hey, welcome, Karajitsu and is it Maxi? Over on Twitch. Thank you for the raid, much appreciated. Whose raid is this? Is this Kara's raid? I did nail it. I am honestly surprised. I'm like, I must be butchering this. Because I feel like I never know what I'm doing with names. Gotcha. What were you playing this fine evening? Let me get your channel link.
This
I don't know why I do this. You could always just, well, I know why I do it, so that I can go follow. Why I do it, you could always just type in the username and then the URL and then the username, right? There we go. Everyone, especially over on the YouTube side that might not know Max Young, go check out the channel. Throw them a follow. Some love throwing us the radar way. I greatly appreciate it. Sea of Thieves. I have never played Sea of Thieves, but I have watched many a person play Sea of Thieves. It always looked like a really fun game. There we go. What does the raid command do? It creates the Mega Man raid. Although normally when it's done on Twitch, a different Mega Man thing like pops up automatically. For whatever reason, it didn't this time. But Trep saw what was happening and made sure the alternate command played then. Yeah, we had it so that everyone could use the raid command, and then somebody was spamming it. And then I made it so that you can only do it once every 5 minutes, and someone was still spamming it. And I didn't want to go too far, because what if 2 people raided in like a span of like 10 minutes? Like, that'd be, kind of shitty that I,
they couldn't use the command then. So I reduced the cooldown, but just made it so that mods could do it. That's it. So sucks, but yeah, thank you to Maxia and everybody that came in on that raid. Much appreciated. My name's Twain. We are playing Ace Attorney Investigations 1. Miles Edgeworth. Much different from the original 3 games in the trilogy. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy, because here you are simply investigating. There's no trials. Well, there's trials involved, but you are not participating in the trials. You are only participating in the investigation phase of the criminal proceedings. And you get to move around. It's like visual novel still, but you can actually, you have sprites that can move around. It's really cool so far. Yeah, so my whole thing is, my own spiels. I'm an attorney licensed to practice law in the state of Wisconsin, so I was told that I needed to play these games, and we're now in our fifth game. Played the original 3, Pile of Justice, and now this. So, and we have a bunch more to go still. Oh, gotcha. So okay. You've seen the VODs. All right, we are currently in the middle of case 4. And our friend Gumshoe seems to have gotten himself in some mess because he's lovable oaf. The big old lovable oaf, but kind of gets himself into some shit situations. Not as much as Phoenix, ironically enough. How many times has that guy been accused of murder? Or Maya?
How could he have not cleaned up after himself? How utterly despicable.
Don't you dare whip me again. It wasn't I who made the mess in the first place. Anyway, it was indeed Detective Gumshoe who bought the Swiss roll. It creates a rather interesting contradiction of facts.
A contradiction? Where?
She's got super, like, I'm ready to whip it. I think another look at the special courthouse vending machine is in order. What else? Oh. About Detective Gumshoe's finances, he said that until this morning, he didn't have even a single penny on his personage.
Just how poor is that guy?
If his bonus really was only $5, then he should not have been able to purchase a pack of Swiss rolls. However, facts being as they are, we found cake crumbs on the floor.
Meaning Scruffy must have bought a pack somehow.
Indeed. That detective should not have been able to purchase a pack, and yet he did. The question is, how? It couldn't have been from that little girl who asked me for $1 in exchange for her change, right? Especially considering she could have just used the change. Do we need to put more logic together? Do I like case 4 so far? Actually, the case is pretty mundane so far. Like, the characters involved are like Faraday and Macrel. Like, whatever. Gumshoe being the accused is kind of... Oh, it's not lame, it's just... Oh yeah, it's easy, real easy to fucking... Gumshoe's the one who did it. Because he's dumb and gets himself into bad situations. But, I will say
that the case's saving grace so far are the character interaction. So while the case might be boring and bland in terms of the facts and circumstances, the characterizations keep it at an interesting level. Whether it be Manfred's presence and how he interacts with both of his children, adopted and biological. Seeing Edgeworth's relationship with Francisco when she was younger. Seeing her when she was younger. Seeing the judge outside the courtroom, even though I despise the judge, is interesting. And there's intrigue as to what I don't remember what's her face's role is as just but a child here. It is the same judge, yeah. But instead of in the courtroom, he's just walking around because he heard some noises. So he's kind of a witness in that he heard the noise. He heard a gunshot. I thought there was a change. I thought there was a change slot here. Right here. Or is this not change? Yeah, right here. And then isn't this where the change return would come out? I'm not gonna lie, this game came out when? Like 09 or something like that? I think the first, I didn't see a vending machine that accepted a credit card until later than 09. Okay, so we are missing, we either have to put some logic together or we are missing. Probably. I would guess that you were right, Tom. It could be a keyhole, but then I actually thought this was the keyhole. This right here. Otherwise, what the hell would this be? Actually, I don't think that looks too small at all for quarters. If that would be roughly the size of $1. I think that could easily accept a quarter. However, despite this being the dollar slot and roughly the size of $1, Jesus Christ, is this credit card slot gigantic. Gigantic. The credit cards are like this big. Here's my Visa, sir. One for the money, one for the entirety of it. Yeah, that could be. That could be. I really want me to go. I need some logic in this. Pink piece of trash made of rubber. I don't know how this fits in.
feel like there's anything to present him yet. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. suppose I should give you mod powers over there too. There's something else here that we should look at? No. It's got to be logic based then, right? I don't see this. Yeah, I don't think so. I feel like any of this adds up. This pink rubbery substance, I saw this in a different form earlier today. I believe this is a piece of a popped balloon. Oh, I was just saying some shit earlier. I guess that was right.
I suppose that's possible.
The balloon probably got a little too close to our friend the windowsill cactus.
That would be the logical conclusion, yes. Except for that he's not my friend.
I believe I now have a very firm grasp on what happened here.
Well, I do too.
Alright, Francisca. Would you care to share what conclusions you've come to? Get dunked.
Why should I do that? We're still in the middle of a competition, you know. We should be checking to see if your conclusions are wrong first, so you go ahead.
It's almost cute that she's going this far to ensure that she wins. Almost. Cactus is your old college buddy. I don't know, man. I heard that dude's kind of a prick. Oh, mini crits. 30. be an extra. Very well, but first we need to pay His Honor a visit to correct his testimony. He did say he heard a popping noise, so he never heard the gunshot from the window. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to test your witness testimony to see how it stands up. Do you doubt me? Am I a new suspect? In a sense, I suppose you could say that.
Even you, a judge, is nothing but a common witness before a Von Karma.
Silence in the courtroom. Silence, I said. Man, court ain't in session. Shut the fuck up. Virginia's prosecutor, the man forgot.
You bit your tongue again, didn't you?
As a defender of the law, I could never give false testimony. Not knowingly, at least. You can even place me under oath if you want. Very well, then. Your testimony, if you please.
That doesn't mean he's under oath just because he said, you can place me under oath.
Actually have to administer the oath. I'm glad my streams are able to help you relax and fall asleep.
Yeah, I think by this point, Francisca's actually... Okay, so there's two things. One, I didn't realize that there's a part of Francisca that people might not have seen had they not given the whip back to Edgeworth in Justice for All. That gives her a really... It's like really her first... It's her first real sense of character development that she gets right at the end of that game, which kind of sets the stage and makes her actions and trials and tribulations seem a lot more natural. And then by now, you've already seen her once in this game earlier. And now she's younger, so she's more like, she's bratty, but like you understand why she's bratty. As opposed to before, it's like, come on, grow up. So it's a little more, I won't go as far as to say endearing. It's just more, you see it and you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. I'm trying to look at it from a person that wouldn't like her attitude. I like Francisca. I like Francisca's character. I may know that everybody does. Oh my god. Oh. All right, guys. Hey, Sato Studios, thank you. I appreciate it. Did we get up to 35? Well, I have 34. The counter going up. 34 at the ready. Hey, Possum. It's interesting. I didn't expect the flashback. That makes it even more interesting. All right, guys. So, you know this is my dream, right? Being able to focus on shitting on the judge, as opposed to it being kind of indirectly shitting on him by shitting on the prosecution and the judge's assumptions. It's time to show him what a worthless pile of garbage his mind is.
during the recess, I went to the restroom because, kidney stones. There's a window on the hallway side. In other words, I could see into the hallway. That is a weirdly designed courtyard. As I entered, I saw that detective buying something from the vending machines. But when I was about to exit the restroom, he had completely disappeared. A detective that goes missing while on duty? That sounds mighty suspicious to me. Your Honor, can you please try to remain calm? Oh, no, actually. I'm so used to simply listening to testimonies that I got caught up in the excitement. Oh, no worries, Max. Yeah, I'm always trying to find other similarly situated streamers to check out and support. Especially those that take the time to seek me out. I always really appreciate that. Then, creates more future raid targets for me. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid I'm gonna have to split. Don't fucking apologize to him. Nuts and face dunk on that dude. Posterize him. Yeah. Yeah. He did not. So, and this is a fault of me. I really just want to utterly wreck him right now. Utterly wreck him, but I might be jumping a step.
Objection!
Nope. Yes. 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 He didn't even say anything. He just said. It's kind of awkward. What was that finger wag for, Mr. Edgeworth? That's kind of rude. And don't you know it's rude to shout objection while someone is giving testimony? Huh.
Congratulations.
You truly are a man of the law, then you must always be vigilant. For example, I myself never let an opportunity to shout objection pass me by.
Miles Edgeworth, it's one thing to be passionate about your job, but this is real life.
This is what some people may say is the pot calling the kettle black. Your Honor, I wonder if you might take a look at this for me. What is that filth? How dare someone dirty the hallway bench like that? Who is the culprit?
That party is hereby found guilty of uncleanliness.
You must know the uncouth bench sullier has already been placed under arrest thanks to your earlier testimony, Your Honor. Oh, well, that's good, but who was it? We were able to discover something from the smudge on the bench, namely Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints.
Not happy with committed just murder, he had to go and dirty the courthouse too? Guilty.
Your Honor, please calm down. While it's true that the detective is the one who made the mess on the bench, we have not yet established that this action is related to the double murder. What do you mean? I believe that detective bought a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine, and then promptly sat down on the bench to eat one. The cake crumbs and pieces of chocolate on the floor under the bench, and Detective Gumshoe's fingerprints prove my conclusions to be true. Oh, but I still don't understand. Is this whole thing related to how I couldn't see him as I was leaving the restroom? It is indeed. The window in the hallway was built rather high up into the wall, and at around a grown adult's chest height. As evidence, I submit that Francisca herself was unable to see out of that window. Ow! He was kind of asking for that one. I knew I shouldn't have used her height as evidence. Basically, what this means is that the area directly under the hallway window is a blind spot when the hallway is being viewed from the men's restroom. Then, Poor, ignorant judge. It seems that you have made the connection. If someone were to sit on the bench under the window... Yes, even someone as large as Detective Gumshoe would effectively disappear from sight. What? Do you finally see, Your Honor? Your testimony has just proven that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway the entire time. Oh. Sorry. I didn't mean to say it with that much enthusiasm. All I wanted to do was try saying it once. Here, let me try that again. Hold it! Is there something of value that you'd like to say? Yes, actually there is. I remember something else just now. Of course you did. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to testify to the court one more time. Even if we overruled him, he'd just keep on talking, wouldn't he? That might not be a bad thing. The more info, the better in the perfect investigation, right? I suppose it's possible you can't see a seated person from the restroom window. However, that doesn't mean that the detective was sitting there when I looked. Anyway, I forgot to testify earlier about probably the most important detail. As I was leaving the restroom, I heard the loud bang of a gunshot. Grr. How was that? That is the testimony of one who judges the crimes of others. Your Honor, could you try to state the important facts first next time? I agree. Before you go around judging others, you should learn to judge your own words. Should I explain to Volpe why this judge is utter trash as a judge? Or should I not completely throw myself into a triggered rage? I'm sorry. Better kneel down and kiss them boots. But honestly, I thought that sound was just a noise, Papa, until just now. Now that he mentions it, right before we started the trial, he did talk about that. The most critical point in this argument is when did the judge look into the hallway? And whether that lines up with when the gun was actually fired. Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to clarify a few details in your testimony. Oh. My catcher's calves are not what they used to be. Actually, I was never a catcher. I'd be able to do it for longer then. Like some good workout, though.
My legs feel strong.
Easy to do that on a chair. Law-splaining. So is the balloon. But I think we might need to establish the timing of it first before we present the balloon. But yeah, Volpe, this judge is the most wishy-washy. Basically, whoever gets the last strong word in is who he's going with. And this is a country where you can be executed for your crimes.
some reason this ended up getting kind of weird. There we go. That's better. That's better. Okay. Much less triggered. Hey, Tash, how's it going? Happy studies, miss. Happy studies. And what I think is more egregious, Volpe, is the attorneys have to take rather extreme measures just so the dude doesn't end the trial on the spot if he thinks one flimsy piece of evidence is good enough. I fail to see how anything possible in this world could overturn this. And I have to be like, dude, it's my fucking right. Oh, I suppose you and your rights, I guess, wouldn't want to be overturned on appeal because I didn't uphold your rights. I don't know. It looked like there was like a rash of spoiling that happened all at once unintentionally. And then I heard that a few people got timed out. I have no idea what it was you guys were talking about, because I generally, when I see that the no hints command is being spammed, I just don't tend to look at chat until the alleged spoilers or hints would be, off my screen. I'm not sure what you said. If it's something that I know already and you're just talking about something that I know without revealing new information, then I don't think that could technically be considered spoiling because I've already been spoiled. But it's possible that it's something I didn't actually see. Like, someone might have spoiled it, but I didn't actually look because the mods took care of the spoiler ahead of time. That's why I don't know what the context was. Trapper Dog would probably have to explain. Volpe, you are giving me the existential crisis right now in my head. Heart rate racing, thinking about how long my brain's gonna be working after death. Hey boss, how's it going? It was one that I did read and know. Let's think about this for a second. I'd like some feedback. So on one hand, again, I don't think something can be technically called a spoiler anymore if I already know it, especially if I asked for it. On the other hand, what I don't want happening is I don't want people to like try to slyly spoil something and go, oh, we talked about it. He read it. Time to talk about it, and like open the floodgates, because that's just enabling like malicious behavior. Not that you guys are doing that, but it could enable other people commencing that type of malicious behavior. So then what's the best way to go about the policy? You just say, if it hadn't happened yet, just a blanket, we shouldn't talk about it, regardless of if I had been spoiled about it already. that's probably the cleanest way of doing it? Or do you say, well, if I already know about it, what's the harm in talking about it further? I think it's probably best to just do it in a way where there's no ambiguity to it. Even though the first way seems more strict and not necessarily as fair, there is less of a chance of someone making a mistake. Yeah, I mean, I think that way, like I said, it probably comes off as a little restrictive, but I think that just prevents the mistakes from happening altogether, right? I will say though, that is much different from like someone who's obviously just trying to, you know, talk about shit that hasn't happened yet, or they're trying to do that slick like, oh, Twain, I wonder if Twain's gonna notice blank, 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 as though I'm not gonna figure out what the fuck they're talking about. So, if it does happen, I think we should probably be a little less trigger happy on timing out immediately in those circumstances. Because like, this is like that, I could see where the confusion would come from there. Oh, that's weird. Not sure why he would have gotten timed out from that. That's weird. Yeah, just deleting the message doesn't time somebody out. Okay, so I think we might need to figure out when it happened before we can submit the balloon. As I was leaving the restroom. Your Honor, about what you just said. I know, I couldn't believe it myself. And a bang, gunshot I heard, and then when knee-jerk reaction, aha! Like this, just like this, with a quick ah! Your Honor, please remain calm when you're trying to explain yourself to me. Yes, sir, sorry about that. Now then, I must gather myself, yes. When I heard the gunshot, there was no one in the hall. I should know, I looked. There's no one there! This judge's emotion circuits seem to be stuck on overreach, also overreach in other situations. They're the same fucking sprite. They're the same damn sprite, and they're the same sprite when Manfred did it too. At this point, nothing stands out to.
At this point, nothing stands out to me as a contradiction in his testimony.
Francisca, if I'm correct, this testimony is hardly precision quality.
I know that, and that's why I said at this point.
I think my first line of attack will be to draw more information from His Honor.
Hold it!
As we established, you went to the restroom during the recess. However, at what point in the recess did you look into that hallway? After I called for a recess, I handled the change of prosecutor paperwork. Maybe about 20 minutes until we reconvened? Yes, that sounds about right. Just as I expected. What were you expecting? And I demand to know what that all-knowing smile is for. Your Honor, that statement you made just now is very important. I'd like for you to append it to your testimony. All right, if you insist. Let's see, I looked into that hallway about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene.
so I still don't have some. I'm still missing. I still need another step before I can show the balloon. Gunshot he heard based on Bad's testimony. Your Honor, I cannot allow you to make an objection. What? Your Honor, I'm really sorry, but I cannot allow you to not allow me to make an objection. Egads, I've been overruled? Your Honor, there are simply too many holes in your testimony for my taste. Well, what do you mean by that? You claim that you heard the gunshot during the recess, but that is simply not possible. Mr. New Prosecutor, recommended by Manfred von... Ah!
Instead of biting your
Ah! I see you have no mercy for the elderly either, Francisca.
Don't talk back to me unless you want to be whipped in the back.
With your height, you need a stepladder or 4 to accomplish that. Hey, callback. Mr. Edgeworth, my ears are not that far gone yet. I'll have you know I can still hear just fine. And I heard the sound of a gunshot loud and clear with my own 2 ears. Huh. Your Honor, I have an interesting bit of testimony. It's from Detective Bad. And according to him, he heard the gunshot right before the trial was about to start again. What did you just say? Your Honor, you just said that you heard the gunshot about 20 minutes before we were to reconvene. How do you explain this glaring contradiction? There can't be! Unfortunately, that is the truth. But I heard it clear as day. Bang! The loud sound of a gunshot. Sound of a gunshot. We keep returning to this point of contention. And that piece of evidence, I always did wonder why I found it where I did. However, I now understand what that gunshot the judge heard really was. Unfortunately, Your Honor, this is what really produced the gunshot you heard.
Take that!
I found this object in the hallway earlier. Well, what is that pink substance? It may not look it, but this is actually a piece of a balloon. I see. And I suppose you would like me to accept that pink balloon into the court record. Your Honor, I present this piece of evidence in order to overrule your testimony. What? Your Honor, your argument goes as follows. You saw no one in the hallway when you heard the gunshot. Now, there is no guarantee that the detective was sitting on the bench at that time. Therefore, you believe he must have been at the scene of the crime. At the crime scene, defendant lobby number 2. Am I correct? Yes, that's exactly right. Let me ask you something. Do you think that the gunshot you heard was produced by a real gun? I think I've said enough that even you can figure the rest out on your own. Your Honor, you were fooled by the popping of this balloon into thinking it was a gunshot. What manner of trickery is this?
That was a good effort put forth, Miles Edgeworth. But if it was me, I would have wrapped things up before the judge even testified.
Can you elaborate on how one ends something before it even begins? Well, to be honest, I did think that the sound was a bit off from a real gunshot sound. But who could have guessed that someone would pop a balloon in a place like this? That's true. One doesn't usually think balloons in conjunction with courthouse. Somebody's obviously never been to an adoption proceeding. Or a wedding, for that matter. Judges have weddings pretty often in courtrooms. Do I want to prove the judge to be the killer? Yes, but I've also learned after playing Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc that the worst characters can never be proven to be the killers. They just can't. They'll always get away. Fucking cockroaches. That's it. That balloon that girl was holding explains everything. Your Honor, if it makes you feel any better, you didn't lie once in your testimony. However, I can't really vouch for its accuracy. Who knew that giving testimony could be such a difficult thing to do? What have I done? I owe Detective Gumshoe a very, very big apology. So was this judge never an attorney before he became a judge? Like in any capacity? Did he just graduate from law school and was like, I'm a judge now? Like, oh, okay. I will see to it that he is released. Wait. There are still a few things I have yet to resolve about what happened in the hallway. Your Honor, I request your permission to further question Detective Gumshoe. But why? I thought we just cleared his name. Whether we did just now or not, I still cannot say. The only thing I can do for now is to continue in my quest. All of a sudden I get. The only thing I can do for now is to continue my. I swear I can talk. I swear I can talk. It's getting in this judge's voice for too long. It robs me of my intelligence. The only thing I can do for now is to continue in my quest for the perfect explanation. And to that end, I must resolve the remaining issues pertaining to the events that occurred in the hallway. Very well. Bailiff, please bring Detective Gumshoe into the courtroom. I must fulfill my mission and find the perfect explanation to this case. What's up, bruh? Dude, relax. Oh shit, is it really too? Sorry, I was thinking I should probably get some dinner. Fuck. Anybody have any experience ordering DoorDash at like 2 a.m.? I really don't know if I'm asking for extreme disappointment. Yeah, but I'm assuming you probably did it during more normal hours, Tom. DoorDash is an
application, Volpe, that kind of brings all the restaurants around you together, and you can order it. You can order from these restaurants, and then a delivery driver that works for DoorDash will go get your order and bring it to you. One hour ago, which for you was what, 3 hours behind me then? All right, we're gonna give it a chance. Half-pound Angus patty. Make it a combo. Mist twists? The fuck is that? Is that Sierra Mist? I guess look at this. Ooh, root beer. Root beer's caffeine free. Man, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Give them an extra bit of money. Sorry, I just wanted to check to make sure that this gets processed. It's not fucked. Well, it's not that big a deal. I just guess I'll be eating another bowl of oatmeal. Although, to be fair, not if you're working third shift and your dinner is at 2 a.m. It said accepting orders until 2:30. They're still confirming my order. That's not a good sign. Normally it's already like, yeah, we're good. Let's make your food. No, yeah, it's just like a burger and fries. It's nothing. It's not anything super anything. No, yeah, it's set for ASAP. I almost ordered something when they were a place was closed, and I noticed that something was weird about the setup, and I'm like, wait, why? This is weird. And I went back, and it's like, oh yeah, we're closed now. Like in the middle of when I was making my order. Fuck. Actually, where is this place? It could be really busy right now, actually. Yeah, good. Over by one of the bar districts. Could actually be really busy. Well, let's see. Let's see what happens. What is it now? Is it time for my trial already? I've already told you a gazillion times, pal. I didn't do it. I'll be the judge of that, Detective Gumshoe.
No, you won't. I'll be the judge of that.
No, 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 no. I'm the judge around here, and I'll be the judge of that. Why can't you guys be a little less judgmental? Yes, well, speaking of hasty judgments, Detective Gumshoe, I'm afraid I must apologize for an error in judgment on my part.
Hey.
This is another problem, though. Okay. So they accept and are preparing my order. There still has to be a driver assigned to it. That's the second barrier. And then the third barrier is getting a driver that isn't going to eat my shit instead of delivering it to me. Yeah, I mean, like, the games for PlayStation aren't really, I don't think they're very conducive to GameCube like that. I think it's just better to use the PS2 controllers, and vice versa. Like, I would never use a PS2 controller for a GameCube game. Oh yeah, Volpe. I know they're 24/7, but somebody still has to actually accept it. Like, that's happened to me before. Although this was a particularly weird day. I can't remember why it was weird. But they confirmed my order, and then they just, no driver ever confirmed to get it, so it just sat there. And then they said, oh, we gotta cancel your order like an hour and a half later. I mean, like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, that should have been done a lot earlier. Delivery by drone. Hey, I would. And yeah, Volpes, they just... They seal bags? Yeah, but some of them still use plastic bags. Like, a lot of them now are using, like, paper bags that are stapled. And so you know, right? But every once in a while, you'll still get some from a place that isn't as sealed. Like, they could even just, like, if they have the styrofoam, a lot of them use, like, the styrofoam containers, you could just put, like, the receipt on tape over it, and that would be just as good as a seal, right? You don't even need to seal the bag. I agree. When I was in Seattle on vacation, the driver claimed to have came to our address and knocked on our door, and because we were like staying in an Airbnb condo, and rang the doorbell, and I'm like, nope, I've been sitting outside waiting for this driver since I made the order because I've really wanted my Mexican food, and he never showed up. And that's because that dude drove right by and ate my fucking food. I was furious. Yo, what's up, Chris? That's not good. Probably shouldn't be punching holes in your wall, man. I've been hitting my bedpost every so often. It doesn't happen very often. My wife's never around when it happens either. But I'll like, in my dream, I'll like start to do something or whatever, and then I'll kind of like wake up lucidly, and I'll feel my hand just kind of against the bedpost. And it's led to some like bad marks on my knuckles before. Your Honor, I don't believe you should apologize just yet. We have yet to prove he is completely innocent of this crime. Well, he should still apologize for giving short-sighted testimony. I guess so. What are you guys talking about? In any case,
I would like you to testify as to your actions while you are on guard duty. And please remember, you are not on trial. This is all just part of the investigation. As such, you may still be found to be innocent. Not offering him right to an attorney. Like, hey, tell me everything.
Yeah, I've been lucky. Well, I won't say I've been lucky. I'm not sure. I think it's not a coincidence that I haven't done it with her around. I think I tend to be a much calmer sleeper when she's next to me. Because when I have the bed to myself, I tend to do some wild stuff. But if I have anybody in the bed next to me, I'm really, like, pretty still. Whereas she, on the other hand, is all over the place. Maybe that's just the evolution of my sleep, because my body's like, well, we can't do that anymore. We just have to remain on alert so that we don't get hurt or thrown off the bed. Just slaps you in the face. My wife woke up really mad at me before. Now, to be fair, I've done the same thing with her. We just woke up like, you asshole. Like, what? You did something bad in the dream. Well, what the what am I supposed to do about that?
Apparently, I used to sleepwalk when I was younger. It doesn't happen anymore, though. I can't remember the last time I actually did that. It had to have been when I was like 9 or 10. My wife used to talk in her sleep a lot, but she doesn't do that anymore. One of the weirdest things she asked me, I assume this because we worked at a grocery store together, but the roles were reversed, I guess. She was like, she said something like, "What? Why the olives?" And I'm like, I was playing Call of Duty, I think. I was still awake, and I'm like, what? And she was like, why would you come here for olives when you already have them? And I'm like, honey, we're not at the grocery store. And she's like, huh? Oh. She's gotten up a few times, like, thinking she was in, like, a panic situation in the hospital for work. That, I bet, is super stressful. I'm not sure I've ever had... What is a fever dream like? I'm not sure I've ever had a fever dream. Can you do all that with sleepwalking, though? I would love to have heard the expert testimony about the, like, capabilities of someone when they're sleepwalking. Cause, like, for me it's weird. How can you even see? Like, what your eyes are closed, or can your eyes be open and you can your mind can subconsciously see, even though your consciousness is in like some other compartmentalized, like. Oh, so you've like something where you're like, you've woken up sweating? Because yes, I have had those before. Normally they involve me running, which apparently my dream self has learned from my COD self, because I am very good at getting away from danger in my dreams.
Oh, so you were already hot. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so in that case, they're induced by the fever, right? I'd have been like, all right, argue with me in your dream. Concoct it. Let me copy this. Actually, I'm gonna put this into my Google search engine so that I can look at it later tonight. There we go. Okay, cool. I'll check that out. I am intrigued. Well, that's good for you, Volpe, because I think about it all the time. Yeah, that would make sense. Soundness of mine has to be an issue. I don't think I've ever actually died. I've come close, but I can't remember myself at, well, maybe. I think I got my head chopped off once. Yeah, it's hard for me to sleep when I'm hot too. That'll even if I'm not like dreaming weirdly, if I'm hot, I'll wake up like, oh god. That's normally when I'm dehydrated. That's why we have yeah, and the one time where I think it happened, I'm pretty sure I woke up immediately. However, if you should give false testimony... Yow! But I haven't given any false testimony yet.
My whip will object loud and clear.
If you are found to be lying, you will be held indefinitely. Understood? I got you, pal. Looking back on the scene of the crime scene and the judge's testimony, obvious that Detective Gumshoe was lying. If I can't break his lie, then we may never get a break in this case. Came down here to the courthouse on Detective Bad's orders. As soon as I got here, he ordered me to stand guard in front of lobby number 2. From that time on, until I heard the gunshot, I was in that hallway the whole time. On my honor as a detective, I swear it wasn't me, pal.
He's still singing the same tired tune.
In that case, I'll just have to change the melody. I know he's lying, and it's time I pull the information I need out of him. You claim to have been in that hallway the whole time. However, is it not a fact that you did something while you were in the hallway? Of course I did something. I guarded the door to lobby number 2, pal. What else? Alright, well then, and what exactly does guarding the door entail? Well, to put it simply, oh, I know. It was my job to stand in front of the door without moving an inch. Oh, Detective Gumshoe, you mean to tell me that you didn't take a single step away from the door to lobby number 2? Is that really what you wish to testify to the effect of? You got it, pal. I didn't take a single step away from that door, just like I was ordered not to. Ooh, why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden? Because we are all in shock and in awe of your utter stupidity.
Scruffy, if you're going to lie, at least tell us a more believable one.
Yeah!
But I'm not lying. Should hurry up and bring this sip of testimony to a close. Yo, Amiro. I mean, that's awesome, Chris. I don't personally think it's anything as grandiose as that, but it would be interesting. Oh, so like Scarface. I have an objection. What is it, pal? Detective Gumshoe, I wonder if you might recognize this from somewhere? Hey, it's one of those things. The courtroom special Swiss rolls, right, pal? Precisely. In that case, I suppose... that you also recall the sullied hallway bench? Hey, you know what? I think it was probably me that did that. Detective Gumshoe, you know you can't go around dirtying up the courthouse like this. You inconsiderate, slovenly pig. I promise to clean it up later, I swear. Now then, shall we get down to business? About the fact that you didn't move even a single step in front of that door. If that really were the case, then how were you able to buy a pack of Swiss rolls?
Furthermore, if you didn't move a single step from in front of that door, how did you manage to get the bench dirty with your grubby hands? Yeah!
It appears that Francisca's whip can do more damage than my words alone can.
I don't think it reasonably could be the latter in that, Tash. That, like, to me, that's ridiculous. So how do you measure that? All right, I confess, pal. I was hungry, so I bought a pack for myself, okay? I thought I'd get chewed out again if anyone found out about me eating on the job. So I didn't want to say anything. Well, unfortunately for you, I saw you do the whole dastardly deed. I clearly saw you buying a pack of Swiss rolls from the vending machine. Okay, I'm sorry for lying. But that's all I'm sorry for. You got that? Because I'm not holding anything else back.
That last statement. It may not sound like it may sound like it makes sense. However, there is something I don't quite believe about it. Are you sure you're not withholding further information from us?
Huh? Oh, of course not. I've got nothing else to hide, pal.
Oh, if only that were true, Detective Gumshoe.
But it is true, pal. I swear there's nothing else.
Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you are aware of the price of a pack of Swiss rolls, correct?
Remind me again, pal?
That vending machine out in the hallway is selling packs of 2 Swiss rolls for $6 a pack.
And yet, according to you, You didn't have any cash on you until you cashed your $5 annual bonus check. Isn't that right? Oh. Let me ask you then, how did you manage to purchase a pack all by yourself? Hey, Azalea! Thank you for the raid. Thank you to everybody for coming in on the raid. Here. Forgetting whether or not I have 22 in the command or not. Let's see here. MJ1 Media. Xenoxinon. Ancient One, who plays Susie Q, Shield Corner, Harry de Guzman. Everybody doing this fine evening. YouTube Cool Boy, 22 Red. Kai does everything. What was oh god, what was Azalea playing today? Hey Azalea, how's it going? What were you playing this fine evening? Thank you for the raid, much appreciated. Just posted Azalea's link. If you guys haven't go and checked her out yet, you can check out both her YouTube channel and her Twitch channel. She streams consistently on both, different times, different days of the week. Does a lot of Nintendo related stuff, a lot of multiplayer stuff too. He's been a part of Lightgazer's card tournaments recently. I know you guys seen Light talking about running those. Utopia demo. How long? How much gameplay is in that demo? Wow. Hello, what is it? Ambrosia? Does 64? How's it going? Thank you for coming in on the raid. Bye, Harry. Take it easy. Oh, yeah, I mean, fair. I could see that happening. You mean cool grandfathers play Sega? Because those are the only people that own the Genesis? Man, that's a lot of gameplay for demo. That's pretty awesome. That's somewhat gameplay for a demo. I remember I'd be lucky to get through one stage in a PlayStation 1 demo and on those OPM demo discs back in the day. For those that don't know me, my name is Twain. I'm one of 4 people on this channel. Currently playing Ace Attorney's Investigation 1, Miles Edgeworth. Unlike the first 3 installments of the Ace Attorney games, where you were Phoenix Wright and you were in a courtroom for a lot of your part of
trial representing client. In this case, you're purely involved in the investigation side of things. You're not actually in any trials, making any arguments, stuff like that. Everything's investigation based. Yeah. I am an attorney licensed in the state of Wisconsin, so I try to give my analysis on stuff like this compared to what will actually happen. Could actually happen in real life. Alright, Azalea, take it easy. Thank you for the raid. You have a good evening. The last testimony I just finished, what with Gumshoe? Hey, Miss Poppenstein. Alright, take it easy, MJ1 Media. Have a good evening. What trick would you need to do? Is there like a way of skipping one of them or something? You still have a bunch of them too. No, don't worry, Suzy Q. Take it easy. That's interesting. I'm not sure if I have that one because I got them for a long time, especially with the but like after the PS1 disc, once they moved to PS2 disc, I stopped kind of playing the demos, but I still got the magazine and the discs. There's a lot of them that are still sealed. Well, you could have presented the, I mean, they showed the cake and the seat, right? So you could have presented either one. I'm assuming, based on the fact that they showed the cake. Can you provide me with a proper explanation to that? I told you, I bought it myself, pal. Or wait, the one I just did was the bonus check, right? Wasn't anyone else in that hallway with me. There's no one who could have helped me buy it. Wait, don't tell me. You got some kind of proof that there was someone else in the hallway, don't you? Don't you? Correct. As if you could. I mean, what are the chances of that? Wait, you do? Of course I do. What? How? What proof do I have that there must have been someone else in that hallway? Oh, she had the balloon.
Take that!
I guess I can buy that that's not what you should present, but it's also not entirely wrong either. Gotta be the fact that he couldn't afford it by himself.
Take that!
Oh, thank God. My food's actually coming. All right, I can actually pay attention to what's going on now. I've been so anxious about that. What else is in there in the hallway? Oh, Swiss. Right. Yeah. Hey, you showed that to me not 2 seconds ago, pal. Ah, I think you're under the mistaken impression that I bought this pack of rolls. Wait, if you didn't buy it, then that means you must have stolen it. You thief! What? I would never do such a thing. All you liars are the same. You start out as thieves, you're under arrest, pal. I believe you meant to assert that all thieves start out as liars. In that case, what does that say about you, detective? Ugh. This particular Swiss roll was dropped by a certain someone. Oh. There were 2 rolls in the package. You ate one of them, but you then gave the other to a certain other person, didn't you? No way, pal. You've got it all wrong. I ate both of them. It would appear that we've caught you at last. What do you mean caught her? She, like, voluntarily walked in for some dumbass reason. Hey, don't you dare do anything bad to that girl. It would appear that they do know each other after all. Why do you continue to come up to me and kick me? Have I wronged you somehow?
I have a name and it's K.
K what?
K Faraday.
Faraday? Are you perhaps Mr. Faraday's daughter?
I'm not a you, I'm K.
Okay, you know, good little girls don't kick other people. Especially not hard enough to leave big nasty bruises like the way you do.
Well then, you shouldn't have put Gummy under arrest, mister.
Gummy? I guess that she's talking about Detective Gumshoe.
What a cute nickname you've given him. Gummy didn't do anything wrong.
Okay. It appears that I will need to speak with her in a bit more detail. Rawr! Apparently she's gonna follow me around first then. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've done that before, where you could have presented 2 options. Because I've worried, like, well, which one do they want me to present? And then it's like, oh, either one would have worked. Now then, K.
Ooh, hiss! She's like a She's like a stray cat.
I wonder if I should feed her something?
Take that!
Yeah, I promise to give you this if you calm down.
Oh, it's Swiss roll.
It really belonged to you, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was saving it for Daddy.
Oh. 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 Dear. Welcome back, YouTube cool boy. Come back at a very unfortunate time. Even Francisca's like, oh no. Oh my. Your father, he's... Ah, don't you say another word, pal. She doesn't know yet.
Thanks for watching out for me, Gummy. But I already know about Daddy. I overheard the guards talking. Aww. Oh, it's Daddy. He's not here anymore.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't protect him. Okay.
I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna... cry.
It's alright. Let it all out. Your father just passed away after all. I myself was also involved in a case at this courthouse when I was a young child. A case in which my father, who was a defense attorney, passed away. All of my dreams of becoming a lawyer were crushed into fine ash on that nightmare day. Even now, the wound festers deep in the depths of my soul. Ever since that incident, I've dedicated myself to locking away every criminal I can. And now, to have this happen right in front of me. This child, I feel a certain shared fate, a common bond between us.
Miles Edgeworth, what sort of gentleman are you? Are you going to just stand there and watch a lady cry?
Oh, you're right. Sorry about that. Hey, here, how about we use this handkerchief here and dry your little eyes?
No, not on my... Oh, well, I guess I can get another one. It's not like you can get another daddy. I mean, whoa, that was probably a little too harsh of a little too soon. Little too soon. My cravat. Don't blow your nose on that.
I feel better now, thanks.
Hey, are you going to be alright?
Yep, I'm already alright.
What? Somehow I highly doubt that, but I'm not gonna push it.
I promised Daddy I'd never cry in front of strangers.
You're a good kid, aren't you, Kay? You always keep your promises, right?
That's right. Even if I can't see Daddy anymore, I'm still going to keep all my promises.
You're a very brave girl, Kay.
You're a very good child for keeping the promises you made to your papa. I'll even testify that you didn't cry, just for you. Thank you very much, lady. Ha, it's nothing. I'm only telling the truth after all.
It would appear that because her father was a respected prosecutor, Francisca is sympathetic to Kay's feelings. Swiss rolls. Hey, what kind of person was your father?
Daddy was a hero of justice. His job was to catch all the bad people in the world.
It's only you, a prosecutor, is a hero of justice, huh? I suppose we are in a sense, as we are the ones who seek guilty verdicts for criminals.
She'd probably roast him. He should keep that cravat to remind him of that introspection.
Plus, you know what? Whenever I came to the courthouse, Daddy would buy me my absolute favorite treat, Swiss rolls.
Oh?
I want to be a hero of justice someday, just like Daddy. So I've been working really hard.
I see. And what have you been working hard on?
I've been working hard to keep all the promises Daddy and I made together.
A promise notebook? May I take a look inside, Kay?
Sure, okay.
It appears to be an exchange diary of sorts between father and daughter. Mr. Faraday's writing conveys a sense of the kind of man he was. This little notebook just might come in handy later. Sorry, Kay, I have to take this for evidence. Thank you for showing it to me, Kay. I hope you'll continue to work hard and become a hero just like your father.
I'm gonna try.
Hey, Kay, so I'm a detective that catches the bad people, right? That makes me a hero, too.
Yeah, sure, whatever you say.
Yeah, Kay? What's wrong with the two of them? I hand down verdicts of justice, so that makes me a hero, too.
Yes, and thanks to your oh-so-heroic testimony, you almost painted that detective as a vile criminal and sent him off to jail.
I'm really sorry about that.
Gummy's not a bad man, okay?
That poor judge, he's being treated like a vile criminal rather than a hero of justice. It appears that you and Detective Gumshoe are good friends, Kay.
Yeah, we're friends.
In that case, would you mind telling me a little more about him? So I take it that you ran into Detective Gumshoe earlier?
Yep. I was on my way to see Daddy when I saw Gummy standing there. He was standing in the hallway staring really hard at the vending machine, so I said hi.
And when was this?
Before everything got crazy.
How long were the two of you together?
We only talked for a little while. Then we went on our own ways.
That's right, pal. Kay and I only talked for a little while, and that's it. Oh, which means we have now confirmed that Kay was in the hallway during the recess, isn't that right? You got me!
I told you to stop picking on Gummy, mister.
Very well then. I'll just have to speak with the good detective in private later. Why would you say that out loud? I guess I'm just gonna have to bully him later when you're not around. I promise to always be there for you.
Mike, oh my god, dude.
Oh, this is awkward. Are you the one who brought this pack? Are you the one who bought this pack of Swiss rolls, Kay?
Well, I didn't really have a lot of money. I somehow made $1 out of all the pennies and quarters I had. That still wasn't enough, and I really, really wanted one.
I'm gonna think of it. She did come and ask me to exchange a handful of change for $1. And that's when you came and asked me to change your money, correct?
Yeah, thanks a bunch for doing that, mister.
Sure, but let me ask you, even with that $1, you still don't have enough, correct?
Well, that's why...
Hey, if you bully Kay anymore, I'm gonna have to arrest you, pal. Shut the fuck up. I know you're trying to be big, lovable oaf, but you're kind of getting in the way of an actual interesting exchange here.
Need I remind you that you're the one already under arrest?
Yow! Since that Kay is going to be less than forthcoming with this question.
I'm sorry about your roughly thing.
Yes, well, now that it's positively drenched in your nasal mucus. Don't worry, Kay, I have a spare. So here, you can have this one. Aww, that's cute.
But Daddy said never take things from a stranger.
Well, that's one of the promises you made in your promise notebook, correct?
Yeah, look, see, it's right here on this page.
Alright then, I'm not going to give this to you. I'm merely allowing you to borrow it. You can take it home, wash it and clean, and then give it back to me next time we meet.
Okay, Daddy never said I can borrow things from strangers. Or steal things from strangers.
He just had another one on him? What a legend. Now then, Detective Gumshoe. Uh-oh. I believe it is now crystal clear that you were with Little Miss K in that hallway. Oh,
I told you to stop being mean to Gummy. Miles Edgeworth, there is still something you have yet to resolve.
I beg your pardon?
You still haven't offered an explanation for why that man would lie to us.
That's, well...
Gummy, don't tell me you lied for my sake.
Johnny Cage with his glasses, yup. The cravats. Yeah, this is flipped. It doesn't actually say 69. It says Papa. I will show you. Okay, that's what it actually looks like, but
If I'm not looking at the game, then what am I doing with my life? I will be where my food gets cold. We're drenched. Maybe raining. I feel like a dick. Got to turn my front porch light on. Dark as fuck. Ever since the pandemic, we don't buy ketchup anymore. Cause like, we don't use ketchup very often anyways. Every once in a while, it'll be in one of our recipes for every plate. And like, use ketchup. And we're like, well, we have these packets from places that we've been eating at. That'll have to do. Frodo stay. No worries. No worries at all. Later, Sarah. I like you a lot. Somebody said they really didn't like you at all. I'm like, I guess. I guess she can come off as abrasive, but I quite enjoy her character. I agree. Well, 99% of ketchup is sweet. So yes, most ketchup is bleh. Like 40% of that bottle is sugar. He says, drinking a root beer. Yeah, I mean, I suppose I get it, but couldn't be me. You was delightful. We're gonna have our next scheduled bathroom break in about 8 minutes? No, 12 minutes. So get ready for that. don't plan on streaming tomorrow, so we'll go a bit longer today. Oh, Wisconsin. Yeah, cheese. Oh. For those that don't know what cheese curds are, Wisconsin, we have something called cheese curds that are like, they're smushed right now for the sake of the burger, but they're these balls of cheese that you fry. Curds of cheese that you fry. And then you eat them. And in some cases, you put them on burgers. Or eat them on the side like fries. This burger has so much cheese that you really don't need sauce. The cheese is the sauce. Yeah, sometimes we'll just get a bag of like fresh ones. If you really like garlic, herb, and dill, these curds are really good. Any type of spicy one's really good. Alright, later prize now. Take it easy. Look at your project. Who dislikes laughter? Poutine? Yeah. I don't realize that was Canadian. That's interesting. I thought it was British. I don't think Edgeworth dislikes laughter. He simply dislikes laughing himself. See, I personally think her context has been mostly fine. I will say there is one thing off about her character and the laughing, and that's in a situation as serious as this, that she's doing it if she's innocent. If she's like the criminal or whatever, then, but I don't think she can be at this point. Without further evidence, at least. It would be weird for her to carry that type of attitude given the emotional heaviness of this situation for her. So that does seem kind of off. But in terms of when she generally uses it around Edgeworth and stuff like that, she laughs when most people should be laughing at him and they don't. So it actually makes a lot of sense. I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm more so just explaining my point of view on it. I understand why people wouldn't necessarily like a goofy character like that. I love that she laughs at shit that like no one else in the entire series laughs at, and they should be. They should be laughing their ass off at the Von Karmas, and somebody finally has the balls to do it. Yeah, exactly. Besides the general, like, if I was working on this case that could be connected to my dead sister, I'd be more somber. You know, in general, have a more somber disposition towards. I would probably have done everything she's done. Just with a bit more subtlety. I just don't outright laugh at people.
Hey, don't worry about it, Kay. Everything's gonna be okay. Oh, so that's why.
So what was Detective Gumshoe's motive for lying? If you can't explain that, then you can't call this a perfect investigation.
His reasoning for lying is very simple.
What?
Here's what I believe to be his reason. Simple observation of the detective's actions and his interactions with Kay. It's obvious the detective is lying for the young girl's sake, and this piece of evidence will show you exactly why. Which piece of evidence proved that detective was lying on the account of Kay? Because it was her dad? That was my initial thought. Let me just make sure there isn't anything else like weird.
Take that!
Mr. Faraday and Kay's promise notebook? How does this explain anything?
If you could take a look at this page, it's clearly written that Kay should never take things from a stranger. When Detective Gumshoe heard about that promise, he tried to cover for Kay.
What a foolishly foolish fool's fool of a foolish reason for a fool!
Ah!
I mean, you lied because of me, didn't you?
Because I'm your friend, Kay. That's why.
Yummy!
At long last, Detective Gumshoe, can you please tell me the whole truth now? Guess there's no beating you, huh, pal? Okay, I'll spill the goods. I'd been standing guard for a while. I was getting real hungry. That snack vending machine was taunting me.
But all the cash you had on you was $5, and that wasn't enough to buy anything, right? After all, the cheapest item in that machine is a $6 pack of Swiss rolls.
Yeah, but then, like an angel from heaven, Kay showed up.
I was thinking about sharing a snack with Daddy, so I wanted to buy a Swiss roll. But I only had about $1 in coins.
So we pooled my $5 and her $1 together, and bought a pack of Swiss rolls together.
I was worried about breaking one of my promises, so then Gummy said,
Mr. Faraday's one scary guy when he gets mad. But don't worry, you won't get in trouble if I don't tell, right? Besides, you brought it with me. You didn't really get it from me, you know?
He told me it'd be okay. He gave me a whole roll to save and give to Daddy. Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate?
Okay. Is it sweet for Gumshoe's character? Yes. Does it hit you in the feels that he went this far for this little girl? Yes.
Does it make any fucking sense given that her dad had been dead for a while at this point?
No.
If the whole thing was her promise to her dad, like, am I off base there?
Yeah, BW3s has some. Actually, the cheese curds at BW3s are one of the best parts would be. I actually don't like their wings very much. I normally get something else when I go there, but I would say their cheese curds are actually pretty good, especially for a chain. We are kind of snobbish here about our cheese curds, but I find their cheese curds to be very competent. No, I'm not talking about the exchange. I'm talking about the aftermath. He wouldn't tell us the truth because he was covering for Kay. At that point, he knew Mr. Faraday was dead, right? Because he was accused of killing Mr. Faraday. Like, I guess I'm not sure if I'm missing something here. And I assume you're right, Trep, but I personally think that's ridiculous. Like, not just like, oh, it's kind of dumb. I think it's like really ridiculous. Like, yeah, you're just reinforcing that Gumshoe's a really good guy. I get that. Sorry, our little bathroom break, scheduled bathroom break, just took all of that rake, and like, well, nobody's seeing that. That's great. How's it going, final? Thank you for the raid. What were you playing this fine evening? Make sure to go check out Finals Plays channel. Show him some love for throwing the raid our way. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you to everybody that came in on the raid as well. Yeah, so, but that, I'm not talking about their first encounter. It makes sense. Like, oh yeah, I don't want Mr. Faraday to find out, especially since he was kind of already on Mr. Faraday's shit list, right? That makes sense. Why do you keep lying to Edgeworth about it, though? No, it's not the bit rates. Well, let's put it this way. I actually have my bitrate at the lowest end of 1080 60 FPS. Because you generally don't want it below 4,500. It's going to be somewhere below between 4,500 and 6,000, and you don't want to go above 6,000 ever. There's no point. So it's at 4,500. It's at like the minimum for that. And again, my shittier router was able to handle that just fine, which is why it was set that way. Why does everybody think that I'm talking about at the time of the... I'm talking about after the fact. I know the murder hadn't happened yet. They didn't know. But once Gumshoe was literally accused of killing Faraday,
Why does he keep lying? Final Fantasy 14, nice. So let me just make that clear. I'm not talking about, because several people have said this. I don't know if you guys just aren't listening to me or what. I am not talking about the initial encounter. I understand that at that Faraday might have still been alive at that time, for all we know, and that's the assumption he was operating under. I am talking about once it became known that Faraday was dead. Why did he continue lying about what he did? But that's different. That's different. If you're just trying to avoid dragging Kay into the situation in general, then that's different from, covering for her because of the stranger thing, which is what the game is presenting right now. I mean, it's always sunny. Just, are you actually looking at the sun? Because he's not listening to me either. I think you're right, Ventus, but that's not what the game is. That's not how the game is presenting it, and that's my criticism right now. Because the way they're presenting it makes Gumshoe seem unbelievably stupid. To be willing to go and get the death sentence, not just so that Kay wouldn't be involved. She'd have to learn at some point anyways that her dad was dead. And there was nothing to implicate her. If there was something that would have implicated her, that makes a ton more sense to me then. There was nothing to implicate her. You're just holding out because you don't want her to know right away? It just... Even for Gumshoe, that seems stupid. I call it clear. I generally don't call it sunny, personally. Right, but again, that's not how the game is presenting it right now. The game is presenting it as, he didn't want to show that her promise had been broken, because that was the promise he made. So we can assume that, but that's our own assumption. That's not how the game's presenting it. And again, that is the criticism. And him essentially willing to go into trial and get death penalty because he wanted to wait just a bit longer for her to find out that her father was dead is unbelievably stupid. Let's go get you an ice cream cone. Oh, that hardened social work heart. Who knew that Scruffy could be so considerate? Indeed. Detective, I take it that you then sat on the bench and ate the rolls together? Yeah, we split the other roll and ate it right there. Sweet taste of that cake's chocolate. I'll never forget it as long as I live, pal. Anyway, Kay, I believe this also belongs to you. Oh, that's from the balloon I popped. It's bad manners to leave garbage lying around, Kay. I'm sorry. Well, I guess I can't blame you for not throwing this one piece away. It was sitting high up on a windowsill where you couldn't see it. Just this once, I forgive you. That balloon, I wanted to surprise Gummy a little, so I popped it on purpose. Because of me, Gummy dropped his half of the Swiss roll. Oh, you really got me there, pal. I thought maybe I should give Gummy this other roll. Then I saw you picking on Gummy, mister. You kicked me, is that it? You sure are a feisty one. Really sorry, mister.
It's alright, I'm perfectly unharmed, except for my nuts. And about this sweet Swiss roll, would it be alright with you if I held onto it until Detective Gumshoe is cleared of all charges and free to go?
Yeah, sure. Just make sure you give it to Gummy afterwards, okay?
Of course, I promise. Now then, I believe we have proven beyond the shadow of a doubt that Detective Gumshoe was in the hallway for the entire duration of his duty, which undeniably proves that Detective Gumshoe could not have committed the double murders. Actually, it proves just the opposite, Edgeworth. You've just shown that Detective Gumshoe is the only one who could have committed the crime. What do you mean?
It's quite rude to eavesdrop, Miss You.
I'm getting lectured on manners by a girl with a penchant for whipping people.
What? How dare you talk back with such insolence? You're wrong, lady. Gummy's not the bad guy.
Oh, and what have we here? What is this child doing here in the courthouse? Bailiff, please take this child in. It's okay for children to be in courthouses. Well, Miss Callisto, that girl's Mr. Faraday's. I know, so what? You think that just because she's the victim's daughter, she gets to just run wild around the crime scene? I think it's actually quite dangerous for her, to speak nothing of getting underfoot. I suppose you're right. However, as long as we're in agreement on that point, let's get back to the real issue at hand. Now then, detective, you were in front of the door to lobby number 2 the entire time, correct? Yeah, but... You see? Isn't it obvious that it could only be the detective? He's the only person who could have gone into lobby number 2 at the time of the murders. Ugh. I have no counter-argument to that. Don't worry, I've already put in the necessary paperwork for his formal arrest. You don't have the authority to do that. Oh yeah, got all her forehead you. But the investigation is far from over. Oh, that's right. I was going to speak with you about that. Don't you think it's reckless to talk to the suspect out in the open without a guard? I suppose it is. If you're a little bitch. Well, as someone with more experience in law than you, allow me to share something. Always keep a good eye on a criminal, or you may regret what comes of your negligence.
Ooh, Miles, I can't believe you're letting this woman lecture you like this. This is unforgivable as a disciple of Von Karma.
Down, Tigris. Now then, I'll be looking forward to the results of your investigation.
So, we're back to square one.
Actually, this is our last chance. I can tell that if we fail to solve this case, Detective Gumshoe will be formally charged under all of the circumstantial evidence. This investigation is not over yet. There's still one location we have yet to inspect, where Detective Bad and Miss Yu were at the time of the crime, lobby number 1.
So, I get what you're saying. I don't forgive a lack of research just because they're ignorant to it. If they are ignorant to it, then the burden is on them to make sure they are educated as to what a real gunshot sounds like. That's what good writers do. They research that. Just for example, Jake is not in law enforcement or a lawyer or anything, but he's a writer. And there's some things that he's not sure about. So what has he done? He's asked me about the law in those circumstances because he researched. He could have just pulled something out of his ass based on something else he had read before, like another work of fiction. But he didn't do that because he wanted to be accurate. So I don't forgive ignorance. I can be understanding of it, but it's still bad. No, it's a good point. I mean, I know I did not bring up that possibility before when we were talking about it. So it is certainly a fair point to bring up. Just a matter of how much does it actually matter. No, not everything must be accurate to reality. I mean, look at this game in general. But there are some things that become very... not just unrealistic, but it becomes unbelievable at how unrealistic it is. And when that happens, it can remove you from your immersion. Because then you're like, well, I must not know how these human beings even work in this universe, because that doesn't make any goddamn sense. What is this incredibly overpowering sweet scent? It smells like flowers. Uncle Bad, is this it? Is that Detective Bad and Kay over there? Looks like she managed to escape the bailiff.
No, that's not quite it.
Aw, too bad. It's just so pretty.
I think you're still a bit too young to be wearing that. Since you found it, I guess I can let you keep it.
Thanks, I'll treasure it always.
Those seem to get along rather well. Oh, here, I've got something else for you.
Yay, thank you, Uncle Bad. Earlier, I ate one of these with Gummy.
Gummy? Oh, you mean Gumshoe?
Gummy he was trying to be nice to me because I was gonna get in trouble. And then he got in trouble because he lied to protect me. Gummy? I know he didn't kill Daddy.
Don't cry. Faraday would be sad if he saw you crying.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
Hey?
Oh, it's the mister from before, the lady too.
Don't you think it would be a good idea to go home for the time being?
You're not involved in the investigation, so it's for the best if you do. Actually, I'm Uncle Bad's assistant. I'm related to the investigation.
Is that so, Detective Bad? That seems incredibly inappropriate. Good lord. All right, later, Nick. Take it easy. And then the lawyer used his lawyer vision to shoot the witness with truth lasers to make them tell the truth. Suddenly ninjas! Hundreds and hundreds of ninjas! Also true, Mike. But Von Karma was leading up the investigation, so nepotism, you know?
Yeah, I suppose it's possible it's Kay if she was just in jail the whole time.
Yeah, I guess.
What? You were just scolding us like kids to not mess up the crime scene. And now you will let this child run free? Why?
People are free to investigate things outside of the actual crime scene. You also had a few things she wanted to look into. Got a problem with that?
I don't have a problem with that, but I'm curious as to what Miss Yu is looking into. Uncle Bad, I'm gonna go look somewhere else now, okay?
Alright, I'm counting on you.
That's right. Hey, mister. Huh? Oh, yes, what is it? No, Gummy really isn't the bad guy, I mean it. So please, find the real bad guy, okay? I won't forgive whoever did this. In the absence of the perfect piece of testimony and evidence, there is no one else who could be the true culprit other than Detective Gumshoe. She wandered off while I was pondering. Yeah. It's just like, oh man, maybe I shouldn't be fucking talking to myself in the middle of a conversation. Who is that magnificent bastard in that portrait to the left? One of the windows in this lobby is open as well. The air conditioner is working just fine in this room, so why did they open it, I wonder? Probably couldn't have been to point this gun outside and shoot it. Could it? An incredibly strong scented herbal tea. I fear that more than being relaxing, this scent may make one a bit heady instead.
You put in a special request for that.
No wonder she's been so violent if she's been drinking this stuff the whole time. Neither woman should be allowed to comment on this particular topic, ever. Looks like the two rooms are basically the same in terms of layout and supplies. Yes. Two rooms are basically the same, huh? Detective Bad, what exactly was Kay searching for?
Nothing that concerns you, boy.
Oh, and I suppose it has something to do with Kay.
It does, because she's Faraday's daughter. Anyway, hurry up and get to the point. I don't have time to waste.
Sounds like he'd rather be left alone. I have something I'd like to confirm with you once again.
I don't have anything to say to you. Don't you dare in your goddamn life ever.
How did you dude, somebody just needs to rip that finger and just are you gonna wag your finger in front of that dude's face? How is that at all a good idea?
Former Earth President Abraham Washington. It wasn't the vending machine, Lugia. We all know it was the ultimate door, right? Be that as it may, we still have questions that we need answers to. Now then, first of all, what is the overpowering smell that is permeating this room? Upon entering this room, I thought I was going to suffocate.
It's that ultra-strong perfume you wears. She spilled some of it. I was having a bad time of it myself. I didn't think twice to open the window, but that smell is still here.
Perfume, huh? Well, the sweet scent in the air is perfume.
Well, it's giving off quite a stench. I bet it's some cheap no-name brand.
She said it's a famous brand from overseas.
It's a knockoff. Yes, definitely a knockoff.
No disrespect, but she forced one of those bottles on me. Here, little girl, you can have it.
I was born for a much more expensive and refined perfume. However, seeing as how you just happen to have a spare, I suppose I'll take it. Miles Edgeworth, you will hold on to this bottle without fail.
Why can't she ever be honest about her wants? Now we have the perfume Miss You wears. Just fantastic.
Is that all you wanted to talk about? If so, I'm going back to investigating.
Actually, I still have a few other things I wish to inquire about.
Thinking here. You hate all perfume? I don't. But I don't like overly strong stuff. Those are clone too. Nah, we're more of a Red Rover crew. Because we enjoy trapping people within themselves so much.
So you were in this room the entire recess?
Like I said, I made a call to the precinct to get that big lug down here. Other than that, I was waiting for the recess to end in here.
At least your story is consistent.
Earlier you stated that you were in this lobby with Miss Yu.
Yeah, I ran into her in the hallway. Said she wanted to talk to me about something, so we came in here.
And what you're saying is that until Detective Gumshoe's arrival, you and Miss Yu were in two different locations?
Guess I am.
Interesting.
Speaking of that lawyer, she seems to have a great dislike for you.
Ugh.
Let's see, Miss Yu was the sister of the victim of the KG8 incident, and as I recall, Detective Ban was the lead detective on the case. I wonder if the reason for her disdain isn't simply because you failed to guard Cece, but because you were the lead detective on the case.
You knew?
I also know that today's trial involving the Ethiopian embassy staff member is being referred to as the second KG8 incident. Now then, Detective, I believe it's time you were honest with me. You told me the truth behind your relationship with Miss Yu and Mr. Faraday and the KG8 incident.
You already know that much. I guess it'd be alright to tell you.
Have a good night, Tara. See, I think we can rule out Pearl's ball because it might not have even existed at this time. We know for a fact, it is undisputed, that the ultimate door has been and always will be.
Now then, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the KG8 incident.
Not exactly a happy story. Other than the people who were directly involved, you two will be the first to hear what I'm about to tell. the honest truth behind the KG-8 incident. Faraday, you and I, as you already know, we three were involved with the KG-8 incident. Faraday and I, we were originally on the trail of a smuggling ring.
You mean the smuggling case involving one of the Amano group's secretaries?
The trial was just a front.
A facade.
Yeah, that's what I said up front. But the case became tainted. All because the witness who was going to testify about the Amano group's ties to the smuggling ring, CCU, was killed.
Then what became of the secretary who was arrested?
His name was Colin Deveray. To be honest, the guy didn't know a thing about the smuggling ring, but he confessed to knowing about it anyway. Everyone was probably being intimidated by the big boss man. Just another scapegoat.
Boss man of the Amano? Can't seriously mean Mr. Ernest Amano. Can't be right. It's probably just Detective Ben's personal hypothesis. What was he trying to do, suspecting Mr. Amano being involved with smuggling?
I suppose it would have been quite difficult to secure an acquittal after he confessed. But the man who killed CCU, Manny Cochin, was a completely different person. But since he's already been acquitted once of her murder, Mr. Faraday, how could you have let him go?
I remember correctly. Heard that Mr. Faraday had an important piece of evidence stolen from him.
That wasn't Faraday's fault. It was mine. I wasn't vigilant enough. Faraday, CC, I was supposed to protect them both.
Miss Yu did mention that as well. About how Detective Ben was supposed to guard her sister.
But even I was supposed to protect them. I fell into their trap.
What kind of a trap?
The holes in this jacket are a testament to that trap.
You mean you were fired upon?
No, seriously, if he was actually wearing that jacket, dude should be dead.
Oh, I see. I'm sure we can forgive that little minor detail.
Yeah, I thought it was a cigarette, although that makes way more sense. Well, okay. First of all, we just came from a case where fucking that chick was sucking down a ring pop for the entire damn ordeal. Where else? There was another one where. What show was that? Where they're like, they always had a lollipop in their mouth. It had something to do with their powers.
You mean you were fired upon? How are you alive? Look at how big those bullet holes are. God, why?
You were shot at that many times in one gunfight?
No. Only about half of these are from that case. But the reason I continue to wear this jacket is to remind myself of the lessons I learned from the KG-8 incident.
Seriously, those holes are fucking gigantic.
As a noir detective, he was already dead inside, so bullets did nothing. Yeah, I guess it's just... He's definitely the gruffest guy I've seen with that lollipop stuck in his mouth. I see.
I couldn't protect CCU. The suspect was found not guilty. It hit a brick wall, as far as the law was concerned. That's when she came to the courtroom, the victim's sister. That's when I first met Callisto Yu.
They have to be 50 cal bullets, right? Like, those are gigantic. How is he alive? I don't care if he's built like a brick shit house. You got shit shot a bunch of times by 50 cal rounds. That's impressive. We'll just leave it at that. It's impressive. Especially that one that would have been like right at his heart if he were wearing the jacket.
About when you first met Miss Yu.
It was on that day the verdict on the KG incident was handed down, was it not?
Yes, Faraday and I, we apologized to her from the bottom of our hearts. It was all we could do. But just saying you're sorry won't bring my sister back, she said. Then she gave me a hard slap across the face.
Well, she certainly had a lot of self-control to stop it. Just a slap. It was me. Not even 100 lashes would have been punishment enough.
I suppose not. You said it herself. She never wanted to see either of us ever again.
And after that, you've seen her many times over, correct?
Yeah, Faraday and I, even after the KG8 incident had come to a close, we continued to hunt down the smuggling ring and got involved in a variety of cases. But it was of no use. We cracked so many different cases. But the result was always the same. We couldn't find the real mastermind behind the ring.
Is the ring really that big?
It was in the pursuit of the ring. The one that we met you once again. It was during another trial related to the smuggling ring. Faraday was the prosecutor, and I, as the lead detective, took to the witness stand. You appeared out of the blue as the defense attorney. Her client was related to the smuggling ring.
Her client was related to the smuggling ring and she was defending them?
Yeah, you was pursuing the ring as best she could as a lawyer. I think she defended Rail this time for the same reason.
Come to think of it, Miss, you did say something to the same effect.
Doesn't matter what her reason is. Helping a criminal is just despicable.
You're so naive, little girl.
Take this lollipop, for example. I could have stolen this from you. That's how naive you are.
How dare you insult the daughter of unborn karma?
Just like us, you felt that you'd hit the limit of what the law could do. That's all.
Law is merely a tool. There's no limit to it, only the skill of the craftsman.
You two are still too young. One day you'll know what I mean. But enough sidetracking. What matters is that we met you again in pursuit of the smuggling ring. That's all.
In the shadow of the government. Yeah, it was Maki who shot him. despite the subsequent dislocated shoulders he would suffer. Give that driver 5 stars. Got everything I wanted at a very late time. So what was your relation to Mr. Faraday? You even seem to know Kane fairly well.
I met him when he was a rookie prosecutor. Known him ever since. And Kay, I've known her since the day she was born. Faraday and we cracked quite a few cases together.
You two seem to have made no progress at all in the Yatagarasu case.
Did we touch a nerve?
I only have one thing to say to you. No one knew more about the Yatagarasu than me and Faraday. That's why I was called upon to testify in today's trial to prove that Rel was not the real Yatagarasu. Which I would have done if he hadn't turned around and accused Faraday. After the accusation, I was asked to testify, but this time to prove or disprove the accusation. But I guess I won't be doing that either.
In a sense, there's more in that statement than meets the eye. Perhaps a bit more digging in the Yatagarasu is what is necessary. Dude, get that finger out of his fucking face. You claim to know much about the Yatagarasu. Would you care to share what you know with me?
What you two should be looking for right now is proof of murderous intent towards Faraday and Rel.
I agree, which is exactly why I'm asking you about the Yatagarasu.
What?
The KG-8 incident and the second KG-8 incident, both of those cases are tied to the smuggling ring. And in both of these cases, the witness who was to testify about the ring was murdered. However, there is one point in which they differ, and that is the presence or absence of the great thief Yatagarasu. Mr. Rel claimed to be the Yatagarasu. However, in the middle of the trial, he suddenly declared Mr. Faraday to be the real Yatagarasu. Then, during the recess, they were both killed. Don't you find that to be the least bit odd?
Miles Edgeworth, stupid beating around the bush and just... Stupid. Miles Edgeworth, stop beating around the bush and just spit it out already.
I believe there must be some reason that 2 men suspected of being the Yatagarasu were both killed at the same time.
A reason, huh?
And so, in order to catch Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel's cold-blooded killer, I feel that I need to learn as much as I can about the Yatagarasu.
It will help you solve this case. Then I'll tell you. I'll tell you the reason why we never caught the Yatagarasu.
What was that sudden outburst for? You almost made me whip you by accident.
It still accidentally whipped me anyway.
There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. Third, the Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind ever.
I see. So those are the Yatagarasu's special traits.
Sounds like an incredibly elusive thief.
You should, Mike.
I know my daughter since the day she was born. She was just a baby back then.
Alright, later, Edgeworth.
The Yatagarasu has never been caught on tape, never tries to draw anyone's attention, and would never do something as lowbrow as commit murder. That's how I knew that Rel wasn't the real Yatsugarasu right away.
You can't use that sort of logic on its own to prove that he wasn't.
Listen, little girl, I'm not done talking yet. What's different about this time was that evidence related to the smuggling ring was sent to the police. And the sender was none other than the one who had infiltrated the Canopian embassy, the Yatsugarasu.
Yatsugarasu sent the evidence?
Until now, the Yatsugarasu would always publicize any corrupt dealings through the mass media. But not this time. The evidence this time was something only Faraday and I, and a select few others knew about.
In that case, how can you be so sure that it was the Yatsugarasu who sent it?
That's easy. The special card that only the Yatsugarasu uses was attached. That's how I can be so sure.
Just what sort of card is it?
Here, take a look at this article. Whenever the Yatsugarasu wants to publicize something, a white card is sent along with the stolen information. But when we questioned Rel about what was sent along with the white card, Rel had no idea what it was.
And that's how Detective Bad knew that Mr. Rel was a phony. Thank you very much. I have a much better understanding of the Yatsugarasu now.
Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes?
His Honor would like to transfer the evidence from today's trial over to you. So if you could please head over to the courtroom, it'd be much appreciated, sir.
Understood. I'll be there shortly. Detective Bad, what does the law mean to you?
Finding the answer to that question is the only reason I'm still alive.
Okay. Relax, buddy. They could copy the card, but they'd still need to find the information, right? So without, like, that portion of it, it really doesn't add anything. And people would just be like, phony. Not that that's foolproof.
I became a prosecutor to find the answer to that question myself, and to play a part in ensuring that all criminals everywhere are found guilty.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Appears that His Honor is still a bit dispirited.
For the first time today, I experienced what it's like to stand at the witness stand. I now have a greater appreciation for just how hard it is to give testimony.
That fucks Phoenix over later. Well, there's no reason for you to be all depressed about it, Your Honor. As a judge, no one expects you to think about anything other than the verdict. Francisca, there's no need to further depress His Honor. But I'm not trying to, Miles. Your Honor, I've come to collect the evidence that was to be transferred to me. Your Honor, the evidence? Your Honor! Oh, yes, can I help you? I'd like to collect the evidence now, sir. Your Honor, do you think you can stay focused long enough to at least do your job?
Yes, I'm sorry. I would, except that the defense attorney has yet to arrive.
He's busy with the investigation. So let's keep this brief, shall we?
Very well. In that case, please confirm that all the pieces of evidence are present. Furthermore, the evidence that was used in the murders of Mr. Faraday and Mr. Rel are also included, so please go ahead and use them in your investigation into their case.
Understood, Your Honor. Pieces of evidence that were used in the murder of those two men. This could be a very good chance for me to find new leads regarding their case. Maybe even something that will finally lead me to the truth. I've placed all the evidence over at the prosecutor's bench for you. I see. Thank you very much. I will go and confirm that they are all accounted for. So this is the evidence to today's Canopian Embassy trial from Mr. Faraday's bag.
You mean the evidence bag that was on the table in lobby number 2, right?
Yes, finally we can now take a look at the evidence itself and not just data about them. Let's be sure to thoroughly examine them while we have the time.
Agreed! I want to take a good look at all the evidence from the embassy murder, too.
Why is that?
Because I still don't fully understand what today's trial was about.
Huh. Don't point your crop at me just because you don't know something.
And don't you try to order me around just because Papa chose you today.
See, someone is still sore about not being picked by Mr. Von Karma.
It's also real to see the knife up close.
So we have the knife, the gun, and an envelope. And what's the organizer doing here? Oh, that's right, I completely forgot to tell you. About what, Your Honor? They found Mr. Faraday's personal organizer inside that evidence bag of his. Detective Bad requested it be passed along to you. He said it would help the investigation. Detective Bad said that?
What a strange stroke of luck.
Well, never look a gift horse in the mouth. We might as well flip through it too. I won't rest until I've explained.
A sexless marriage.
Oh my. It's the knife that was used to kill Mr. Faraday. Who would have thought that such a beautiful piece of art could be used for such a cruel act? It's never crushed. Ooh. That was Francisco that said that, right? Yeah, whatever. Mr. Faraday's organizer, it appears he was in the habit of using it. Looks like he wrote his strategy for getting Mr. Rell convicted down in here. It appears that Mr. Faraday honestly believed that Mr. Rell was the killer in the case. It would also appear that he had proof that Mr. Rell was not the Yatagarasu. But he apparently also had a very definite piece of evidence. Yes, I believe that Mr. Faraday was well prepared to discredit any claim Mr. Rell may have made about being the real Yatagarasu. He had a way to prove that Mr. Rell was the guilty party in the embassy murder. Organizers moved straight from Faraday. I have to take my time and give it a thorough read later.
Look, there's a picture stuck between these pages.
Appears to be a key.
And a rather ornate one at that. Just look at the design on the handle.
The craftsmanship, superb. Could this be the Yatagarasu's key Mr. Faraday mentioned in his organizer?
Yatagarasu's key?
Detective Bad said something earlier. Ugh. When I get tired, they do.
Mr. Faraday must have been trying to keep this secret key safe.
As the prosecutor on both the Yatagarasu and smuggling ring cases, that's to be expected.
That's odd.
What is it?
Mr. Faraday didn't mention anything about a knife in his organizer.
That certainly is odd.
The weapon that was used to kill the Canopian Embassy staff member was the gun. If that's the case, then where did the knife that was used to murder Mr. Faraday come from?
Isn't it obvious? It was brought into the courthouse by Mr. Rell.
That's the only logical conclusion, right? Not if he was brought in under police custody. Where the fuck would he have gotten it? No, because it's not that easy to smuggle a weapon like that in here. Every person who enters the courthouse doors is checked thoroughly for contraband. Unless he kept it up his asshole, but that's normally not where you can keep a knife. Furthermore, the suspect was handcuffed, making it impossible for him to bring a knife as large as this inside.
In that case, how do you suppose the knife ended up inside the courthouse?
I need to think carefully here. There's nothing related to the knife written anywhere in Mr. Faraday's organizer. However, there's a fact that this knife came from Mr. Faraday's evidence bag. Conversely, there is one item listed in Mr. Faraday's organizer that no one claims to have seen today. So in order to solve this mystery, I believe I will need to take another good look at the evidence.
Miles Edgeworth, can I take the fact that you have yet to answer me to mean that you don't have an answer for me?
Actually, I do know the answer, Francisca.
What? Then what is it?
One of the pieces of evidence we've been holding has been hiding a secret of its own. And it was through this piece of evidence that the knife was brought into the courthouse. Smuggled. I have no idea. Here?
Take that!
Handgun. Surveillance tape. Key.
It's always a mistake to drink with congested sinuses. Like a machine long out of warranty. Yikes. That sounds like a bad time. What, today? Or yesterday? Streams are good, Stone Family. Thank you. Part of the reason I can't focus right now is because I really need to use the bathroom. For about 5 hours. I think it might just be time to call it. Finish this case next time, maybe. Another 5 hours. Gotcha. Well, happy fucking birthday, Mike. Hope you had a fun one. You might have the congested sinuses, but the congested sinuses do not have us. Do not stop our lives for it. Alright, yeah, we'll call it there. I'll be back for more of this on I think Monday. I gotta double check. It's gonna be Monday or Tuesday. I gotta double check. I'll let everyone know. It's probably going to be... Chris, you're not still here, are you? I'm gonna ask you something. I'm just glad I was able to stream for 5 hours. I was really worried that I was gonna get knocked out since I've been so tired all day. Oh, nice! Happy birthday to your child. My nephew's birthday was today. Actually, is it today? Either today or Monday. They're celebrating his stuff. But yeah, I gotta figure out what they were scheduling anime watching night from last week because I just slept all day after getting my second COVID shot, so I had to postpone that. So I think on Discord load. Oh, damn you. I'd have to see if Chris might close Tuesday. We might do that on Sunday, in which case it'd be Monday. But that's assuming Chris doesn't close on Tuesday, which, based on his wordage, he might. It would, if I can stream it Tuesday, it's gonna be Tuesday. But we'll have to see whether that's the day I can do it. But just assume for now. So yeah, thank you everybody for watching. Thank you to Azalea. Final. What else, Maxi on Twitch. Is there somebody else? I feel like I might be forgetting somebody else. Maybe that was it. Anyways, thank you for the bids. Yeah, I've come to realize that too. My wife and I have talked about that. Like, what do you want to do for the first birthday? Because it's not like they're going to fucking remember it. I guess just to get together with close family and be happy that everything went okay, relatively speaking, for 1 year. And then things are more chill then, right?
man. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. I'll be back. See you later. All right, go ahead, Carmello.
Wheel.
Red leather. Wheel.
Oh, hold on.
Thick rope.
Tore it up.
Shit. I'm trying to. There we go.
Red leather.
Red leather, yellow leather.
Red leather, yellow leather. Stitch. Anyways, a rotating wheel, turning an axle, grinding. Bolthead?
I can't read this.
Yeah.
Bolt head.
Linear gearbox, falling sky, 7 holy
Gearbox.
stakes, a docked ship, a portal to another world, a thin rope tied to a thick rope.
A torn harness.
Throwing off my groove here, Yuri. A thick harness, parabolic gearbox,
She's lost it.
expanding universe, time controlled by slipping cogwheels,
This is
existence of God,
This is condescension porn.
swimming with open water in all
It
directions.
is. It is.
In and out, I'm kidding, drowning, a prayer written in blood.
Dude,
prayer.
the most condescending dudes in the world are getting off. So
Oh,
oh my god,
this
existence of God.
Does this woman exist?
Talbot,